Good afternoon, all. Christopher Coffey, good afternoon, sir. Gabriel Philip, Point Kumana Sharon, good afternoon to you guys. Daniela Williams, G.G. Wall, good afternoon. Alison Rogers, blessed Sunday to you as well. Chamun Elemu, good afternoon. Margaret Mutter, good afternoon. Idian, Dion Charles, Cheryl Seeley, good afternoon to you. Adarami X, Desmond Samuel, Pamela Moses, J Dimple 66, good afternoon. Yes, I'm late today, and I won't be I won't be very long today either because I'm a bit tired. I just got home. I spent all of yesterday, judging Junior Calypso Monarch, and we weren't able to complete the assignment yesterday because we had so many competitors and we had to vacate the space by 6 because the judging took place at the Radisson Hotel where this Calypso tent, can't remember the name of it, is operating out of there, and so we had to vacate by 6 o'clock so they could prepare the space for the tent last night, and then today we had to return early this morning to complete the exercise. So we're done. At least the east, north, and south zone completed, and we have to now head across to Tobago later on this week to deal with the Tobago arm of the competition. So I'm very tired. Yeah, I was so drained yesterday I couldn't even after I got home, I didn't even bother to go to Saints Fete. I was too tired. Let me see who's here. Neil Francois always present. Mikkel, Pauline Buckmeyer, good afternoon to you. Hi, Claire. Julia Spooner, the Patriot. Patricia Batiste, Empress Queen, good afternoon to all of you guys. Nicola McNichols, my friend, how are you? Ian Brown, Terrence Cummings. So let me jump into it one time. So many things to touch on. So I don't know how many of you would have had opportunity to look at the Parliament on Friday, where it was Private Members' Day, which is the Opposition's Day. So we are allowed to debate any motion that we wish, and we don't need the approval of the Speaker of the House to do so. And so there was a motion piloted by the member for Laventille West, Kareem Marcel, speaking to the issue of the state of the country in terms of the issue of poverty, the mass firings, and so on, and the impact that has had on so many people. And so 4 of us would have contributed from the opposition side, which would have been myself. It was supposed to be 4 of us. So it was myself, Kareem, and Nian. So we were supposed to have had a 4th speaker, Christian Butchwood, member for Laventille East Mobile, was supposed to contribute, but of course the standing orders say that Private Members' Day must come to an end at 6 o'clock. All right, so at 6 o'clock, I would have wrapped up just before 6 o'clock, and then the member for Chaguanas East decided to see how much she could do with the scraps of time that I left to, which was just a little over 4 minutes. Had I known that she was the one who was going to speak, I would have taken up my 4 minutes and not allow her to waste Parliament's time with that rubbish that she came to talk about. And it's the second time that she has gotten up to speak after I did. And it's the same thing, always the same thing. Well, she has nothing to respond to from the last speaker. You can't respond to me, Vandana, because I mean you don't have the IQ level to respond to me. All right, you're accustomed responding to propaganda and lies and that kind of foolishness, and that's what you all could do, spread lies. And so when you're hit with facts, it's like she's almost allergic to it. So what could she say? There was nothing that I said that she could refute. I wish she would have taken on board some of the things that I say as it pertains to her ministry and address those things in the 4 minutes that you had, instead of trying to show yourself to be Movelang and bacchanalish. But that, again, that's what their supporters like, right? So what she could talk about is All she could say is I'm a grasshopper and what is or a leapfrog or some stupidness so going from ILP to PNM. You know Rich? Banana, you know my history. I was PNM a long time. I never left PNM really. My party card says I'm a member of the PNM since May of 2007. And even before that, I was PNM, before I became an official member of the party. And why you want to talk about who played leapfrog and all kind of nonsense? Study that you will have 3 former PNM persons sitting in plumb positions in the cabinet. These are not junior ministers. These are not ministers in the Ministry of. These are not parliamentary secretaries. These are full-fledged cabinet ministers. In the persons of John Jeremy, the Attorney General, Kennedy Swaraj Singh, who is the Minister of Planning, and then you have Dominic Smith, who is the Minister of Public Administration and AI. 3 of them, PNM. Smith left the PNM after he challenged Nian Gatsby Dolly for the St. Anne's East seat in 2020, and he didn't get through. And he left. And then the UNC quoted him. I think he did some work for them or whatever it is, and then he decided to jump on the bandwagon. And albeit he challenged me in April of last year, and he was not successful, but I suppose their political leader saw something in him and she decided to bring him on board. As I understand it, AI is his specialty, and he would have been able to make some contributions to their campaign with respect to that. So, okay. Right. But they were not pleased. They were not pleased with my contribution. I didn't go there for friends, And what was most, I think what she was upset about is the fact that I went after her colleague, the Member of Parliament for Couva South, Barry Padarath. I wouldn't say I went after him. I defended my colleague, Kareem Marcel, after Padarath had the audacity, the temerity, and the unmitigated gall to talk about. Kareem said in his contribution that he so loved Laventille West and he loved Beetham and Sealats, but yet still he ran from his community. The man got a HTC house in Shogunas, and he took it. Okay, he's a young guy, 31 I think he said he is, and he wanted a house, an HTC house. He applied, he got through, and it was given to him in Shogunas. So what he wants him to do? Be living outside of the constituency doesn't mean that you can't still love your constituency. The amount of things that Kareem used to do for Laventille West prior to becoming the MP, the back to school drive and the Christmas toy drive and all of these different things, and the football competitions and all these things that he used to sponsor and still sponsors. I mean, come on. He has done more for his constituency than Padarath has ever did in the 10 years that he was Member of Parliament for Princestown. That's why he had to run from Princestown and run to Couva South. And as I said in the debate on Friday, CNC3 would have had their What Town Say segment where when it was announced that Padarath was moving from Princestown to Couva South, and they would have interviewed constituents from Princestown to ask them how they felt about that move. And the general consensus was good riddance, that he did nothing really for the constituency, nothing of note, nothing of substance for the constituency. So the people were happy to see his back. All right? So I could name some other people who would have been happy to see his back too, but we won't go there today. All right? Yeah, so Mohit just poor soul. No, she don't want to go down that road with me, right? So yeah, all I will say to her is that I don't have any nude pictures of myself all over the internet, and the internet is forever. Okay? I'm not so dumb as to put myself in a position for that to happen, but not everybody bright. Right. Oh yes, by the way, the PNM is celebrating its 70th anniversary as an institution. I won't say as a party, but as an institution, because I've always maintained the PNM is not a political party, it's an institution. The longest serving political entity in the country's history. And we will be culminating the celebrations for this Platinum Jubilee on, tomorrow actually at Queen's Hall, 6 p.m. And all are invited to attend. All right, so if you are able so to do, you have some time tomorrow evening and you would like to join the People's National Movement in celebration of our 70th year as an institution, you are all welcome to come down to Queen's Hall tomorrow. The event starts at 6, so we are asking that persons be seated by 5:45. And so this is an invitation to all of you who are looking and are so inclined, and you have the time, and you want to come and celebrate with us. Please come come down tomorrow at Queen's Hall, and you can meet and greet some of your favorite MPs. All right, and I will be there as well. So come on down and let's have a time tomorrow afternoon. Let me just read this article here, right? And this is in yesterday's Guardian. It was an interesting headline when I saw it. DCP Martin, Deputy Commissioner of Police Martin, that is, TNT safe despite higher murder rate for January. While acknowledging that the murder toll for 2026 is higher than the same period last year, Gold Commander for Carnival 2026, Deputy Commissioner of Police Suzette Martin has maintained Trinidad and Tobago remains safe for the public and visitors. Speaking during a TTPS media briefing on security arrangements for this year's Carnival celebrations yesterday, Martin cited figures showing that as of yesterday morning, there were 29 murders recorded for 2026, compared to 25 for the same period in 2025 and 36 in 2024. And despite the increase, she said a number of anti-crime operations were already in motion under the TTPS's Carnival Initiative, Secure the Vibes, Visibility, Intelligence, Border Enforcement, and Safety. Martin said investigations into this year's murders were ongoing and expressed confidence in the work of the homicide investigators. So while they were busy boasting just a couple of weeks ago that they ended 2025 with 42% reduction in murder rate and 42% reduction in crime. And for them, crime and murder is used interchangeably, right? No statistics with respect to the other crimes. And I'm sure if they were to tell us what were the statistics with respect to kidnappings for ransom, we would see that there were more kidnappings for ransom between the 1st of May and December 30th or 31st last year than there was for the previous period. But they wouldn't talk about that. 42%, nowhere else in the world recorded that kind of figures. And here it is that we are, year to date, the murder statistic is higher this year. Under a state of emergency since July last year, all right? Since July last year, we're under a state of emergency, and yet still we start off this year with more murders than we did last year when the PNM was there. But they always talking about murders is go up under the PNM, when the PNM in power, murders is go up. Crime always going up under the PNM. Yeah, but you all had the answers. You all told us in 6 months you would have the solution to crime. You are now 3 months in a race. And the only solution you all could come with now is this zones of special operations, because Zanda went to Jamaica, he talked to Horace Chang, and he got a bright idea and came back with it. And since they were bereft of ideas and had nothing else, I said, well, let me try that now. Because, hey, we start off the year too good, you know. We ain't looking good. How we could do that? Can't let the PNM beat us there. After we beat that crime issue like a rented mule, how could we come now, and after we told the people we have the solutions and the answers to crime, we are now in a situation where our crime figures year to date is worse than what it was under the PNM in there last year. But it's about us not talking about that. No, don't highlight that. And anytime they find themselves in a situation where they have to confront that reality, it's always who doing it? Yeah, it's Rowley children and Eric Williams children. Yeah, it's them doing it. The only answer to people from Beetham and Lavantil. Right. Okay. So I just thought I would read that article, right? So year-to-date murder figures, when you see them talking their rubbish, just remind them the murder stats for this year are higher than what it was last year. And we're under a state of emergency. And we have the police have more vehicles than they did for the same period last year. Because remember, they boasted, they fixed 52 vehicles and handed it over to the police. And that's another thing that Padarat spoke about. I believe it was Padarat who raised that issue in the parliament on Friday, talking nonsense about state of the police service and the provision of vehicles, and they were able to fix vehicles. And Who is the accounting officer for the TTPS? Not the commissioner of police? Because I recall when the body cams were purchased for $25 million, it was Ulla Christopher who signed the contract. All right? Not the Minister of National Security then. Fitzgerald Hines didn't sign that. That was Ulla Christopher. We heard a lot about when Gary Griffith was Commissioner of Police and how many things were procured. And we also heard allegations about procurement taking place where contracts were being broken up into smaller amounts to remain under the $1 million threshold, for which approval had to be sought from the permanent secretary or the cabinet. Right? So again, I never heard the name of the Minister of National Security being called up in that. But all of a sudden, don't blame the Commissioner of Police. So if it is that these vehicles are parked up in garages all over the place, I recall again when Gary Griffith was Commissioner of Police and there was talk about police vehicles parked up by Inchan Ishmael, and he had gotten contract to fix vehicles and so on. The Minister of National Security didn't issue those contracts. So if that was the situation and vehicles are parked up all over the country, police vehicles that is in garages all over the country waiting to be fixed and so on, you need to address that to whoever the Commissioner of Police was then. Because the TTPS, as far as I know, is an independent, well, almost independent entity. They rely on the state for funding. I think they got a budget of over $2 billion for this fiscal. And yet another carnival is upon us, and you have a number of contractors who would have provided services for the TTPS last carnival and are yet to be paid. They are yet to be paid. And some of them have said this year, forget it, forget it, because it don't make sense. When you have a whole year has passed, or almost, and you're still owing these people budget over $2 billion, and you're not paying these contractors. Some of them are just small business people, caterers, who spend their last bit of money to buy ingredients and so on, to cook food for police officers on Carnival Monday and Tuesday, and the people can't get their money yet. And every time you call the TTPS, so much I understand the accounts department is always some excuse and some excuse. A whole year later, ridiculous. So Paraguay could rock so with that nonsense. And speaking of non-payment, this is a government that in the last 9 months, almost, has become notorious for not paying the bills. Notorious for not paying salaries on time. Not meeting any of the commitments on time. And so I was only too happy to hear the member for Labre, Clyde Elder, put his size 12 in his mouth on Friday when he came to big up this POPS program for the upkeep of public spaces, right, which was supposed to be the government's replacement for CPEP. Where Philip Alexander told us this program is going to mash up the PNM. This one going to kill the PNM. The 30, 40, 50, 60, 70,000 people that the PNM keeps saying have been fired. Well, this program is going to provide sustainable employment for them. And the laborers will be getting $225 a day. Boasted about that. And Elder come in the Parliament Friday to talk about that again. This program, better than CPEP. And CPEP workers only making 9 something a fortnight and all that. 3 fortnights have passed. 3 as of Friday gone. 3 fortnights since this POPS program for the upkeep of public spaces started mid-December, the 15th of December. And to date, these 220 laborers have not been paid. All they keep getting every week is Maggie from this government. Right? Yeah, don't worry, you can pay Tuesday. Tuesday come, nothing. You can pay Tuesday. Tuesday come, nothing. Friday for sure. Friday, nothing. These are people who get up at the crack of dawn every day to go out there and cut down big tree. Right? They have to go and clear 2 and 3 lots of land because apparently they're being used as scab labor, because from what I understand, you have some private property, private lots that are overgrown, and persons who live close by are complaining about it. And so these persons, some of them are being sent to cut these private lots with the intention that the corporation would issue a fine to whoever is the owner. But if you can't find the owner, come on, well, you're really trying to fool. Or if you can't find the owner, okay? These guys have to find money to pay passage. Those who don't have cars, and even if they have cars, they have to spend money for gas, because as I understand it, the only thing that is provided to them is transportation from the central hub, where everybody has to congregate each day, and then the maxi or the bus takes you to wherever is the site that you'll be working on for the day. And when you finish work, they can pick you back up and they take you back to the hub, and you disperse from there. That's all they provided. But you have to find money if you're traveling to pay passage. They had to bring their own tools. They had to purchase their own uniform. They have to get money for lunch. All of these things. But no money for 6 weeks. And all they're getting is run around from this government. Again, Elder boasted on Friday. Minister set aside $475 million for this employee TT program to hire people. And you can't pay the workers. Small money. 220 workers. 3 fortnights. Since the middle of December, you can't pay them. So what happened to this 475 million that Tangu boasted he set aside, plus another 300 and something million under the unemployment relief fund? Some 700 million, they said, had been set aside for this fiscal to hire 20,000 people. So where that money? What is the problem? And then I am told as well that what these persons have been told is that when money is eventually paid, they will only be paid 1 fortnight. You owed 3. They were told they had to leave 1 fortnight inside for whatever. So okay, they bargaining well. Right now we work for 3, but we're supposed to get at least 2. Nothing. They're telling you 1 fortnight. So when you get that 1 fortnight, that's supposed to rally you for what? Another 3? And this program is supposed to come to an end next month. Right? Next month. February, the end of February. Madness. It is totally ridiculous. And this is supposed to be a pilot project. My understanding is when you run a pilot project, you put things in place and you want to see how it's going to work out, so that if you decide to roll it out fully, that you would have understood what the challenges are. And well, this pilot has failed miserably because you're not paying the workers, and that to me is the most critical aspect of this so-called pilot, because it was supposed to provide employment relief for these people. But no relief, because you are getting the labor and they're not getting paid. That is a recipe for infidelity. Man could get horned for that. 6 weeks you working hard every day and no pay. And you begging for help. You're entitled to come home one day and see the help sitting down with your wife. And then what? You can't complain. If the food on the table is because of the help, eat, as they say, eat and hush your mouth. Just say thanks. This is becoming a homewrecker government. We could add that to the list of things that we could accuse them of. Being homewreckers. Pay the people their money. Madness. And as I made the point in Parliament on Friday, since this program started at the middle of December, around the 15th, all of us in the Parliament, we have been paid twice. If you're on the opposition bench, and if you're in the government, you've been paid 4 times. Because they got paid twice as ministers and twice as members of Parliament. Right? And I can tell all of us working for more money than these people. But you can't pay, right? In both houses, the lower and the upper house. Everybody get paid on time. In fact, we got paid early for this month because, as you know, we would have been paid early in December. But these poor folks, some of them borrowing when that money is paid, whenever it is paid, it's already spent because it belongs to the money lender. So a chunk of it now has to go into paying interest to the money lender. So some of them might get the pay. There's nothing left over because you just have to hand over everything to the money lender and might still be owing the money lender. And this is what this government, this loving, caring, benevolent, generous government has put these people in, the situation they've been put into. Right? People need money they have bills to pay too. They have children to send to school. They need to buy food to feed their children. And when you all give these guys this job, and they thinking, hey, well, the pay looking good, yes. But they could have been hustling the time that they spending for the last 6 weeks working and not getting paid. They could have been hustling, whether it is some of them, as one told me, he could have been doing his little day working construction, and he's sure at the end of the week, he would have had some money in his hand to take home to his wife and to be able to assist with the bills in the house, give the children passage to go to school and these different things. Instead, he's been doing this work gave up the hustle, and now look at the position that he's in. And they're ready to put down tools this week. Because how much more could you take? How much more money you will borrow every week when hoping? Maybe steady. Maybe steady. Right? I got a whole set of WhatsApp messages, voice notes from a WhatsApp group comprising a few of these workers. And as I said in Parliament, was level cost. I can't play it for you. There's real effort passing. People frustrated. They just want the money. Do you think this government cares? Of course not. No statement from the minister. Shameless. She should have been the first person to get up to respond to me, not Vandana Mohit. She should have gotten up to say, 24 minutes, more than enough, Mr. Speaker, payment will be made on such and such day, right, to give some level of assurance to these persons. But instead, they give me that waste of time, who have nothing of substance to say, and all she does is sit down in the Parliament and yap and troll talk. Waste of time. That's who should have get up. I can't say Kamala because she wasn't in the Parliament. She didn't come to the Parliament on Friday for whatever reason, but she asked for an excuse from the Speaker. Right? Friday was supposed to have been Prime Minister's question day. We had a few questions for her. Unfortunately, she didn't come, so the questions could not be answered, and they'll be deferred for the next sitting, whenever that is. Right? But that's the situation facing these poor 220 workers. Now, I have never seen so many supporters of the UNC come out on social media and cuss this government as I have seen in the last couple of weeks. Persons you never see before. In fact, some of them are coming on lives and saying, I never do a live before. This is my first time, but I had to because this government too wicked and the evil and the this and that. And I regret voting for the UNC and I went back my vote. Social media is awash with these people. Every day you're seeing somebody new. And it is instructive to note that is UNC people, the majority of people doing these videos, not PNM supporters. PNM, it don't make no sense for PNM supporters to come and talk about that anyway, because they didn't vote for the UNC. So, all right, now they can come and talk about the hardships that they're going through. But it's UNC supporters coming out and jamming the government, saying they will never vote again. That Kamala betrayed them. Kamala is a liar. Kamala this, Kamala that. And what is most ironic is that some of these activists, these influencers, if you want to call, I don't know who they're influencing, well, they were able to influence a few soft heads last year to vote for the UNC by their own admission. But it's to see the tables turn on them, that the very thing that they used to do to PNM supporters, they have now found themselves on the receiving end from their colleagues. Because now that they are coming out and talking about the things, how they feel betrayed, some of the things that this government is doing that they're not pleased with, and they are appealing to the government to reverse course. And their own colleagues who used to be praising them before, the UNC, their fellow UNC colleagues, the same nastiness that they used to be throwing at PNM supporters, now they're throwing it at them. They're getting a taste of their own medicine and they don't like it. When we were telling the people what the UNC is and why you shouldn't support them, cussing, well, they think PNM this, PNM that. Now they're getting it. This one by the name of Nicholas Jaikaran, he getting the brunt of it. He did a video a couple of days ago. He went to, I guess, a cremation down at the cremation site in Mosquito Creek. And while he's driving down the highway, he was pointing out the fact that there are some potholes in the road, and he was calling on the government to fix the potholes. He was highlighting how it's a danger, and he was linking the need to fix these potholes with the increased fines, where he was pointing out that some drivers, in an attempt to avoid the potholes, had to veer into the oncoming right lane. And as we would have seen a couple of weeks ago, an individual, I think it was on Mukarapo Road or something, so got a ticket for failing to stay left on the left side of the road. And he made the point that the reason why he veered onto the right side of the road was because there was a big pothole in the road and he was trying to get away from it. Police didn't want to hear that. So Mr. Jaikaran was pointing that out. And well, boy, the kind of things he get. They tell him, why don't talk about the potholes in your face? And you're starting to sound like a Makome man and all kind of thing. The worst of things they're telling him. Right? Now he sees how it feels. that when you decide to put country before party, what happens? And all these comments just highlight the fact is that the UNC is a cult. A cult. I've said before, the supporters of the UNC have over the last 9 months developed the patience of Job. Things that they would never have tolerated from the PNM, all of a sudden they have excuses for everything, why this must happen and why the government must do this and why Kamala had to do that because it's the PNM and the PNM and the PNM. Really? Is the PNM tell Kamala to cause Kamala to increase fines, traffic fines by 100%? So all they didn't know the country was a lawless dump before. When did it become a lawless dump? And how come it took them so long to realize the country was a lawless dump? She didn't realize it in May, June, July, August, September, October, November. No, it was only in December. It suddenly dawned on her one morning. She woke up, but wait, Trinidad and Tobago is a lawless dump. We need to do something about it. Let's increase fines, traffic fines by 100%. Took you all so long? So clearly it wasn't that evident lawless dump when the PNM was in power, because if that was so, then she would have spoken to that issue on the campaign trail, or she would have spoken to it as soon as she became prime minister. So it couldn't have been that lawless of a dump that she needed 6 months, almost 7 months to come to that realization. But that's the queen, the goddess, and they will support anything that she does. Even if she were to come out and call all of them stupid and tell them they're a bunch of fools, rest assured that the majority of them will find an excuse and a reason. Case in point. It's not Kamala, you know. It's whoever advising she. You see whoever is the advisor, he not for she. Really? Kamala is no advisor. All of this is Mrs. Basabi Sessa speaking on her own volition. Right? Nobody advising her. And even if she had somebody writing these things for her, I think if she didn't support what is being said, she would not have taken ownership for it and doubled down. But we know that is what she does. Her specialty is to double down on the things that she says, as she has been doing over the last few days. And so there is speculation that perhaps she doesn't want the UNC to win a second term. Perhaps she knows that she doesn't have what it takes for another term. To make it through this term in and of itself would be a struggle. And so she plans to take the party with her when she demits office. If she's not around, she don't want anybody else to succeed her. She's not there, so she's not in charge. And then there is the other school of thought that says she's punishing the country for causing her to lose office in 2015. So this is retribution for all of you wretches who failed to give her victory on the 7th of September 2015. Well, you will feel it now. I don't know. I have no solution, no suggestions as to what it could be, right? Other than this is just who the lady is. Meanwhile, no more boats are being blown up. All of a sudden, all talk about porous borders and human trafficking and drug trafficking has come to an end. No more talk about radar. Go down with that. The radar is still in Tobago. The camp that they had set up in the vicinity of the radar, is it still there? I don't know. Is Up North still interested in dealing with drug trafficking and human trafficking in this side of the world? Seems all of a sudden all interest in that has gone flat. Mr. Maduro has gone. Many people were saying that was the sole purpose of all of that activity. Had nothing to do with the drugs and it, but okay. I just asking the question. All interest in that seems to have ceased. And we were told, let us not forget, that the murder rate in Trinidad and Tobago is a direct result of that we are a transshipment point for drugs. Okay. Well, the murder rate in this year so far is higher than it was last year. So what is attributable to that? Because, let's say it's because of the transshipment of drugs. Well, boats were being blown up. We were told that we've seen a significant decline. Wayne Sturge was on TV last week and said, well, you can't get, forgive me, I don't know the terminology for the purchase of weed and so on. I think he said a 5, not a 5-piece, some term he used. And that ask around and the people who use it will tell you it's difficult to get weed and to get other drugs in the country now because of that. But I try to forget. Therefore, let's tell me the high murder rate was because of that. And you all said that has slowed down significantly, that the amount of drugs was coming in the country is not coming in again. Then why is the murder rate higher this year to date, than it was last year? I'm confused. So the border is still porous? The drugs still coming in or not coming in? And if it's not coming in, well, then what is causing the higher murder rate? Could not be the drugs, because all they say the drugs stop. Less drugs in the country. But that's just my logic. Okay. So, in about a week's time, yes, less than a week, the state of emergency will come to an end. The government will implement, well, depending on what happens tomorrow, I think, or Tuesday. I think it's Tuesday they're going to Parliament. Yeah. Hopefully to conclude the debate so that they could move. And Alexander said they've already started putting things in place, the infrastructure, in anticipation that they will get the support that they need from 4 independent senators to make this legislation law. Now understand that this legislation is not just for a period of time. It will become entrenched law if they get the support of the 4 independents, which means it will always be on the law book. So anytime over the remaining 4 years and some that is left in this particular parliamentary term, the government can use their special zones of operations or zones of special operations, what the hell they call it. Yeah. So now this is something for 6 months or a year. It's going to become entrenched law, and they could use it anytime that they want, however they feel. And it seems that's their crime plan, because they've articulated nothing else. So we just find a creative way to extend the state of emergency without them having to come to Parliament and requiring the support of the opposition and independents to be able to extend, because there would have been no extension granted from us. And had they sought an extension at the end of this month, they would have needed our support, because the only option they would have had is to go for a 6-month extension, which we would not support. And they certainly would not have gotten the support for it in the upper house either. Unless, of course, they decided to bring the state of emergency to an end, wait a week, and then come back with a new state of emergency and start the process all over again. So, seems they're going on the road of zones of special operations. And the speculation is that the only reason why this debate is being drawn out in the upper house is because government is trying to lobby the independent senators to see if they could get the 4 votes that they need. And similar to what occurs up north in the Senate in the US, where you have to lobby and you have a holdout and you're trying to convince certain people to give you that support. It seems that they don't yet have the 4 votes that they need, and it is suggested that maybe some lobbying might be taking place. I don't know. These are supposed to be independent senators, and if in fact the government is doing that, they should be ashamed of themselves. And any senator who bows to that should resign. But I don't know. I'm not casting any aspersions on these senators. I'm saying that is what is in the public domain. So, because we debated those 3 pieces of legislation in 14 hours, we were there in the lower house until 3:30 in the morning, and John Jeremy was there. So I don't understand why it is they couldn't have gone through the same process. In fact, it appears that is what was supposed to happen, because on the first day of debate last week, when that bill came up, when they reached the committee stage for the first bill, I recall the president of the Senate, Wade Mark, indicating to senators, let us calm down and settle ourselves and get the work done, because we are going to be here until the wee hours of the morning. That's what Wade Mark said. So he was expecting to wrap up the debate on that very day. They are now approaching their 3rd day of this debate. We hear, well, John Jeremy was out of the country, and it's because he was out of the country. Well, I've also heard some speculation as to why Mr. Jeremy is out of the country. I will not say it now, but all I would simply say is cause for concern. All right? He did something last week, which in the Parliament, which has raised some eyebrows. And so, while I would say nothing further on that, simply to say, let's see if he has returned, and when he returns, if he is going to make himself available to the press to indicate the purpose of his latest trip out of the country. All right? But keep your ears to the ground. All I will say is cause for concern, and I will leave it there. I will leave it there. The whoever is to hear, okay, we'll hear. But if they get their support, they will have their zones of special operations, and well, we'll see how that works out. Of course, the talk of the town right now is that video circulating with the killing of one Mr. Joshua Samaru, who died at the hands of the members of the TTPS who opened fire on his vehicle. Now, again, I don't know. I don't have the full details of what happened. I know what I saw in the video that everybody else has seen. It's a white Aqua, is it? That crashed. So the police pull up. We heard some gunshot, right? So the police come out and open fire on the car. We saw what appeared to be the driver pushing his hands out of the window to indicate I don't have nothing. And the several police officers continue to open fire on the vehicle. And as we understand it now, would have killed the man and injured his wife. The family is saying that the man was involved in anything. I don't know. I'm just saying what is in the public domain and what has the public concerned, that based on what they saw, that this may have been an extrajudicial killing. I am not saying that it is. The facts are yet to be borne out. I'm certain that the Police Complaints Authority under David West will launch an investigation into the matter, but I think the commissioner has already come out claiming that his officers were fired upon. And this is a problem I've always had with police commissioners who do that. You all remember when they had the shooting in Laventille with the gold Tida and the 3 men who were killed in the car? You all remember that? And video footage again, and we saw what happened. Where I think one of the gentlemen came out of the car and so on, and then police opened fire. And at the end of the day, when the smoke cleared, everybody died. Right? The men in the car, everybody dead. And then Commissioner of Police Gary Griffith was quick to come out and say his men were fired upon and they were returning fire. When what we saw in the video did not speak to that. And if memory serves me correctly, subsequent to an investigation, I believe the officers who were involved in that were charged. Right? And so for our goodly Commissioner Guevara, to come out now and say that his men were fired upon, based on what? Based on what they said? Based on the report that they gave? Were you there? But you're quick to jump out and state that that is the case. When the population is concerned based on what they saw. Well, we don't know what happened before the recording started, so maybe they were fired upon before, I don't know. Did they find a firearm? Again, I am not in tune with the story, but I'm saying that this is a developing story, and perhaps the commissioner should have withheld comment until such time as a proper investigation has been done and all the facts have been borne out, and then you could come and speak. But this habit that you all have, defending my men and they were fired upon and so on and so on. Yeah, but anyway, we had to take some blame for that. We would have voted. We voted for this commissioner as well, right? It was unanimous. We didn't know who he was. All we knew was the resume that was before us, and based on what we were told, he's a straight shooter, all right? And we went ahead and we gave that support. I hope he doesn't cause us to have reason to regret lending our support. Not that it was needed, right? Because the government had the majority and he would have still been made commissioner anyway. But all I would simply say is thus far, I'm not impressed with Commissioner Guevara at all. Right? But he doesn't need my validation. So, Mrs. Prasad Bisesa made some comments this week with respect to the energy chamber, right? And let's just say she didn't hold back, and as has become the norm now, she doesn't hold back. She's shooting from the hip. She's saying whatever she wants to say, and if anybody tries to defend and say, well, you know, she meant this, and the Prime Minister probably meant that, she coming out to double down and say, well, this is what I meant, and I make no apologies for saying so. So all of the apologists now have decided to step back and let the Prime Minister handle her stories, okay? Because they realize they're embarrassing themselves when they try to defend what she says and try to placate what she says, and then she will come out afterwards and say, well, this is what I said, and this is what I meant. So hands off. So Stamisho is saying he's still waiting to hear about AI. Of course, of course. um, so let me see if I get this here. Right. So we learned that an invitation was extended to the Prime Minister since June last year for her to be the featured speaker at this energy conference that is supposed to take place in a couple of days or so. And up to now, the Energy Chamber has not received any response from the Prime Minister. Now, courtesy would dictate that as the Prime Minister, even if you have your position, because she did state what her position was vis-a-vis the Energy Chamber when she was opposition leader. She said that should the UNC win the election, that her government would form its own energy chamber, right? And that they would not acknowledge or recognize the existing energy chamber. I guess people thought that she wasn't serious and she was just talking off the cuff saying things, but it seems that she was very serious about it and she intends to implement it. Who is going to form this new energy chamber is left to be seen. Whether or not this government is creating its own energy sector in terms of persons that they are giving contracts and that they are giving licenses to operate onshore drilling, entities similar to AV drilling, right? Certain fields that may be provided to certain financiers of the UNC, deep pocket financiers of the UNC, to engage in that type of business. And as I mentioned, AV drilling. I will highlight again that here we are 9 months into this administration, and they've not been able to provide one shred of evidence to tell you, well, look, the proof here that AV drilling was guilty of XYZ. Look, the proof is here that Petrotrin was shut down because Rowley wanted to cover up for AV drilling and fake oil, as we told you all when we were in opposition. Mundula is in charge of energy. As I said to you, all of the departments that existed in Petrotrin before, where all of the documentation was, still there. There was no massive fire like what took place in 2016 at Wassa, right? And conveniently, the records department, where certain records went up in flames, records that might have been able to provide evidence of wrongdoing between 2010 to 2015. No such thing has happened at Petrotrin. We've not heard anybody claim about any documents being shredded or so on, so we can only surmise that all the documents related to the fake oil and AV drilling, everybody is still there. And 9 months later, not one piece of paper, not one document to say, look, the proof here, we told you all AV drilling was guilty. Nothing. Same thing, Pararat came in the parliament on Friday to talk about 2.3 billion missing and all that rubbish. So it went from 2.6 to 2.3. You come to talk, push propaganda and can't even get the figure right. You say 2.3 billion missing, so maybe in the last 9 months they found 300 million and the figure probably came down to 2.3. But again, no talk about that. When was the last time you all heard mention made of that prior to Friday from Padarat's mouth? When was the last time you all heard that? Hawaii is in charge of the central bank. Tanku is in charge of the Ministry of Finance. So I asked the question, Tanku has been able to find anything? I would think that that's the first thing you would want to find to prove, to nail Mbut to the cross, because any Privy Council say that Mbut should be investigated, and your supporters want to know why Mbut not in handcuffs and behind bars. Well, you should have provided. I would think the first thing you would want to do is to go into the ministry and tell the technocrats and whoever, bring me the documentation to prove that Mbut thieved 2.6 billion, or that the former administration stole. You know why you can't do that? Because it doesn't exist. You know why? Because the explanation given by Mr. Mbut and corroborated by the very auditors from the Auditor General's Department since July of 2024, when they had the exit meeting after they went and they would have done all of their auditing and so on. And as Mr. Mbut would have put out, that the auditors from the Auditor General's Department stated, okay, they would have done their due diligence and they are satisfied with the explanation given with respect to 2.6 billion. Case closed. It's only their boss who wants to continue to dig in her heels, perhaps because out of embarrassment after she created all of this manima, right? And the UNC was depending on her to be their one of their main goal scorers, to score the Hail Mary pass to save them. and to keep that whole thing alive. And how do you do that? You cannot have that resolved prior to the general election, which was just around the corner. Up to now, nothing. Nothing. How many months now Hawaii has been the central bank governor? And up to now, we haven't heard, well, okay, the Auditor General went in and she audited the electronic check clearing system, which she claimed Alvin Hilaire didn't want to do and denied her the opportunity so to do. Well, Hawaii is all your boy. What's going on? How are they taking so long to do that? I just asking the question. All the allegations of corruption from 2015 to 2025, 9 months later, they're in charge and they can't find not one damn thing. Nothing. They can't even come with fresh allegations of corruption. I don't talk about CPEP and URP and ghosts. And by this time, the PNM returned in 2015, you all would have been treated to a whole slew of wrongdoings that took place under them. From the contract mill that was found in the office of EFCL, the back room, where they had the 3 guys who were backdating contracts which were already paid for and the work was not done, and they were backdating these contracts to provide it now to the contractors so they could come to the new government and say, well, look, I have this contract here from since long time, and I come to collect payment. The work was finished and I never got paid for it. All of these things, right? So many things. We started to hear about the legal fees and the kickbacks with Ram Logan and Ramdeen and all of that. 9 months in, nothing from this government. Only a set of conjecture and chupid talk and dotish talk from them. Nothing of substance. That too is perhaps part of the reason why some of their supporters are now coming out against them. All the lies that they told. No merit. So, Mrs. Prasad Bisesa attacked the energy chamber. Let me see if I get this here. Right, I can't use this because I forgot. She blocked me. So I'm gonna try here. See if I get this here, right? And it is becoming a pattern by this honorable Prime Minister. So to call her honorable. Wow. Anyway. See. So. So let me see if I get this here. Also happening last week, we saw 2 of the families that were involved in whose loved ones were involved in the Paria diving issue would have received $1 million. All right, let me see if I get this here. All right. You all would recall in the lead up to the last general election, then Prime Minister Stuart Chung would have announced that the government took a decision to pay $1 million to each of the families involved. And they were told to reject it, right? Because it was a political gimmick. And $1 million was not enough. And you had the lawyers for these families who say they want at least $5 million. Prakash Ramadan, whoever else. $1 million is not enough. Well, last week they took the $1 million. Oh, it's all of a sudden it became enough. They had a change of heart. And praising this administration and praising Prasad Bisesa, albeit it took 9 months to be able to do that, right? This after just a few months ago, they told us, well, you know, there are certain legal hurdles that we have to overcome and so on that prevents us from being able to pay this. But it seems they've overcome the legal hurdles now and they've been able to pay the $1 million to 2 of the families. And we are told that, well, 3. 2 of the families, I believe, of the deceased persons, and I think Mr. Budram, who survived, he too received $1 million. And the other 2 families, we are told, who were pursuing legal action, that there is a little issue there. Now, here's my issue with that. One of the families that is supposed to get $1 million is supposed to be the owner of LMCS, because his son, Kazim Ali Jr., died in the pipeline. And I'm questioning, why is Kazim Ali getting $1 million from the state for the loss of his son? when the report into that whole Paria issue, which is available on the Parliament website, by the way, for the benefit of the UNC trolls who talk about make the report public. The report has been made public. The government laid that report since 2024. It's been there. All right? It's been laid in Parliament. So just go on the Parliament website, go into the search bar and type in Commission of Inquiry, Paria Divers, whatever, and you should be able to find it there. And you could read to your heart's content. The whole 400 and something pages is there for you to read. And if you were to do so, you would see in that report, it clearly identifies Paria and LMCS as having liability. But coming out of that report, you will also see where fault with respect to the cause of the Delta P lies with LMCS. Where we would have heard, those of us who would have taken in the proceedings, the live proceedings of the Commission of Inquiry, where you had a supervisor who was previously demoted for insubordination, if memory serves me correctly. He was the one who had taken the decision on the day to remove certain things which caused the Delta P, which resulted in the men being sucked into the pipeline, taking shortcuts. And then there are other issues that were raised, whether or not these men were qualified to be in the pipeline in the first place. But nevertheless, liability was ascribed to LMCS and Paria, and further to that, we would have seen where OSHA would have indicated that charges should be proffered against OSHA, or should be proffered against Paria and LMCS. So therefore, I'm asking the question, why is $1 million being paid to Kazim Ali Sr. and his family? Hasn't been paid yet. I don't know if they are one of the families that is going to sue or is suing or whatever. Well, we heard subsequent, notwithstanding the $1 million paid, that the families who have received this million intend to still pursue legal action against Paria. I don't know if they're going to pursue legal action against LMCS, which they should. Because we know, we would have read, that there was issues with the workmen's compensation that should have been paid by LMCS, because by law, they were supposed to have workmen's compensation public liability insurance in place, so that if things like this happened, the workers would have been compensated, or their families would have been compensated. We would have read where they would have had a workmen's public liability policy in place, where the coverage amount was $250,000 per accident. And it was reported, again in the daily newspapers, that this policy expired sometime in December, around December 30th, 31st, thereabout, 2 months prior to the accident or the incident. And efforts were only made to renew the policy 2 weeks after, which means that the insurance company had no liability because the insurance was not in force. And the only good insurance policy is one that is in force. And therefore, and as I know it, renewal notices would have been sent out long before the policy's maturity date came up or the renewal date came up. All right? So it is likely that these notices would have been ignored and therefore resulting in, and once the policy would have lapsed, I would assume that the company would have been aware. But perhaps thinking that nothing going to happen, we've had this in place for years and nothing happened, so we could take the time. And then attempted to, as was reported, to allegedly reinstate the policy some 2 weeks after the incident took place. And as is in the public domain, that there was some wrangling between the insurance companies and the companies and so forth. Okay? So my question is, has LMCS sorted that out? Because they took, it seems, the most basic workmen's compensation package possible. $250,000 in coverage per incident, per accident. So I guess that's how much each family would have received, whether the men died or not. But if the policy was not in force, it means that the insurance company is not liable to pay. So what is going on with that? And therefore, since it's 4 families, separate and apart from LMCS, and if the coverage amount for his policy was $250,000, there's 4 families, $1 million, instead of giving him the $1 million, right? When his company was also liable for the accident, why are we compensating him and his company when they had a part to play in this incident? This is taxpayers' money that they take in to give this man, who is a known UNC supporter. We saw pictures during the recently concluded election front page of newspapers with him and his wife sitting down and in UNC jerseys. His wife was the former chairman of the UNC's Women's League. So is this why they rush to pay? If that is the case, the $1 million that you all intend to give to him, split it in 4 and give the other families. So that way the $250,000 that they're supposed to get from the workmen's compensation, which we still don't know if it was paid, give it to them. Since you also want to give away money. But I have a serious issue with them giving this man and his family any money. Since you, based on the report and based on the inquiry, negligence, the primary negligence rests with his worker. But this government, but are they friend? Probably a financier too. Who knows? Maybe he financed, probably, allegedly. I don't know. Probably did he finance the campaign, the last campaign, and so maybe they want to pay him back. But she was only too happy to hand out these checks. Come and collect money. I'm so relieved to be able to do that. For the families that deserve it, no problem. But there's at least one family, in my view, should not receive 1 penny in compensation. If anything, they are the ones who should be paying compensation to the families. But anyway, but this is UNC country, right? Thanks to some people who helped to make that happen. And today they're regretting it. All right, let me see if I get this another way. I thought I would have seen it on her Facebook page, but just now. Right. And you all said Keith Rowley was uncouth. Prime Minister Kamla Persad-Bissessar has distanced her government from the Energy Chamber, calling its upcoming conference in Port of Spain a farce. Prime Minister confirmed that by letter dated June 24th, 2025, she was invited by the Chamber to be the featured speaker at its energy conference, which starts on January 26th. That's tomorrow. However, she minced no words yesterday in criticizing the Chamber, describing the body as greedy. Everybody greedy for her. However, she minced no right. The Energy Chamber and the Energy Conference is a farce. They publicly pretend to be interested in national development to benefit all citizens, but behind the scenes, they carve up the sector for their special interest groups and engage in exclusionary and exploitative behavior, she said in a WhatsApp message. She said the current Energy Chamber is structured to only serve the priorities of foreign multinationals and select local special interest groups. I wonder how she expects to get foreign direct investments from locals. Quite frankly, I think they are self-serving, greedy, and have acted in a detrimental manner towards citizens and this country. In fact, the state energy companies have a mandate to remove STOVE certification as a prerequisite for qualifying for work in their companies. Chamber weaponized STOVE to suit their own interests and agendas. It is a democratic country. They are free to have their conference, but I have absolutely no interest in working with them, she said. This is the Energy Chamber that comprises companies like, well, I imagine, Shell, the same Shell who you're probably going to need to work with you should you get the OFAC license, should you be able to negotiate something with Delcy. Unlikely, but you know, we live in a world of possibilities. Some of the same companies you're describing as greedy and you want nothing to do with them, you're distancing yourself. But then today or tomorrow, push come to shove when they get through. Same companies who you say greedy and this and that and self-seeking multinationals, who is the same ones you're going to call to come and sit down with you in the Red House. Same ones you're going to call to come and sit down with you in the diplomatic center so you could discuss. Same ones that you describe as greedy and you want nothing to do with them. They take a note. This is her version of, well, take your blasted rig and go. Remember that? Okay. I continue. She added further, I want to advise that the Energy Chamber and their current leadership have no influence or authority within my government. And the Prime Minister said if the Energy Chamber wants to have a conference, they should pay for it. She said, why should state companies pay for them to eat and drink and be hired? Let them use some of their store money that they extracted from small businesses and contractors to pay for it. Well, I will tell you all, folks, this store that has to do with safe to work certification and so on. I'd remove all of that and going back to iOS. Let's just say it paves the way for more companies like LMCS to get their grubby hands on oil fields, onshore oil fields. All right? That's probably part of the reasons why LMCS was able to, get away with certain things. Because there are question marks as to whether or not these divers will qualify for the type of dives that they were doing, whether the equipment that they were using, was it the right equipment? We don't know. But I'm just saying that when you have certain people who are looking to get their grubby hands on certain onshore fields, that they couldn't get through with the PNM, and now that their party that they've been funding is in office, and they realize, hey, because I think recently one of the financiers, I think, would have gotten some fields. Can't remember which one it was, but anyway, understand they are just paving the way to make it easier for their financiers to be able to get in. And so all of this, we see through all of this fluff from Mrs. Prasad-Bissessar. She's not fooling anybody. All this at a big talk, and all she care about the country, and they're only operating in their own interest. You said you were going to create your own energy chamber. But if you are distancing yourself and you want nothing to do with the persons or the entities that are currently part of the existing energy chamber, if you're forming a new energy chamber, who is going to comprise that? If the existing players are in the current energy chamber, is it that you're going to select some of them and tell them come across? When you have already dismissed all of them as being greedy and self-interest, only interested in their own self and so on. So this new energy chamber that you're going to create will comprise who? The UNC financiers who will now be coming into the market, those who you're going to be giving onshore fields to, for them to, they realize, well, hey, Vigilant making money, well, let me make money too now. Is that what you're going to do? Create new energy companies, new players in the market, and create your own quasi energy chamber? We wait to see. Meanwhile, rather than attend this energy conference, now mind you, this conference is not limited only to local players, right? So you're going to have other international energy companies, representatives coming to the Hyatt, not just from abroad, but also regionally, probably from Guyana and so on. They will be coming, despite the fact that Prasad-Bissessar wouldn't be there, the fact that the Prime Minister has given instructions that no member of her government will be there, and I don't think any representative from any state energy company will be there either. But you will have probably persons from Suriname and persons from Guyana coming to Trinidad to attend. And you have the Prime Minister trying to pour cold water on the legitimacy of this conference. But then, Munilal, meanwhile, will be going to India to attend an energy conference there, spending your taxpayers' money. They complain bitterly. Stuart Tong going Washington and Venezuela. He went Venezuela 13 times and spent taxpayers' money. And we want to know what he went for, who he talked to, and what they talk about, and how much money was spent, how much it cost taxpayers. But Munilal getting a state-sponsored trip for him to go to India to attend an energy conference there. What is going to come out of that? I wonder if you go and talk to Naveen Jindal. Possibly Mr. Jindal will be there. I don't know. Think you're going to talk to him and say, yeah, we're sorry, but we only understand we only do that because we wanted to get the PNM out of office, but no hard feelings, right? I don't know. But you're going all the way to India rather than use this opportunity for you to hold sideline discussions with the players who are actually in your country. We are now trying to vilify. Okay, that making sense. So he's going to go to India. It's going to cost how many hundreds of thousands of dollars because he's probably going to take a whole delegation with him. I don't know if he's going to take Keza with him. But anytime they move in there, is a whole clip how to go with them. So your taxpayers' money. Meanwhile, 220 of the nation's poorest who working hard for the last 6 weeks can't get their money. Small money. But we could find tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of dollars so that Munilal and his contingent could go to India to attend an energy conference that is running simultaneously with one that is taking place in his own country. Okay, this coming on the heels of Julian John having just come back from China, and on the heels of her, along with the Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, Sean Sobers, and the Minister of Land and Legal Affairs, Saddam Hussein, having come from the United Arab Emirates. I think they went to Oman, and I can't remember, they went to Dubai as well, right, looking for foreign direct investment and trying to market this national revitalization plan. In fact, on Friday, in my contribution. And again, I was merely seeking to draw reference when I said, well, these guys haven't gotten paid, but I'm seeing people going to the United Arab Emirates. I called no names. All I simply said was I see people going to UAE and China and so on. And then I heard to my right, down on the government bench, why don't mind your business? Did I hear right? Why don't mind your business? Coming from the Minister of Works and Infrastructure, Julian John. And of course, I responded immediately. I told her, this is my business because I'm a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago. And last I checked, I pay taxes, right? I pay two sets of taxes. I pay taxes on my parliament salary and I pay taxes in a professional capacity, all right, for my other employment. Okay? So it's well within my right to, I didn't ask any question. I simply made a comment. And if it is you want me to mind my business, but then stop putting out videos of you traveling all over the world and posting it up on your ministry Facebook page and on your parliamentary Facebook page, because it comes up on my timeline and I see it. All right? So if you want me to mind my business, stop pushing your business in my face. Then I could mind it. I could drink my water and mind my business. But if every time I go on Facebook, I'm seeing videos coming out from you, whether it's on your parliamentary page or from your ministry page, with you driving up, you come to work and you pull up in the basement car park and you're playing Boujou or something and you're bobbing and, right? So it's a whole production. Everybody had to see you reach to work and you come out and you take out your handbag and so on. You're coming out your office to go and have a meeting in the boardroom with some people. There's a whole production with you coming out to the office. You flip your wig and you go, they follow you from the office. You go, you sit down and greet people. Stop putting your business in my face and I wouldn't mind it, madam. But as long as you keep doing that, what do you want me to do? I'm a citizen, and when I'm spending my taxpayers' money, my hard-earned taxpayers' money, to be gallivanting all over the world, and we're not getting any benefit from it, none that we could see, then I will speak about it. It was within my right so to do. Because you all have plenty to say about Stuart Young travels and Rowley travels and all of that. That was your business. But you was mining it, not so? But it's the same type of business I'm mining. So if you don't like it, lay down close to it. That's your business. So there's another energy conference coming up in Guyana. I think in a couple of weeks, Mr. Mullah said he'd be going to that. There's one in Suriname a couple of weeks later, I think. He'll be going to that too. But the one in Trinidad, he's not going to that because what message are you sending as the Minister of Energy? As the Minister of Energy, separate and apart from this conference, these energy companies are operating here. From time to time, you would be required to meet with them. You are endorsing a statement from your Prime Minister telling these men that as far as she's concerned, they're greedy and they only and they're about self and they're not interested in the well-being of this country. But you have to meet with them. How does that work? Exactly. When quite recently we saw the head of Nutrien from Canada, El Capo de Tutti Capi, not no low-level functionary. The boss of bosses of Nutrien came to Trinidad to meet with them to discuss this ongoing matter. Him himself. All right? But you blasting these people and then as Minister of Energy, that would have never happened under the PNM. Never happened under the PNM. That's why they had full respect for Stuart Young. Munial is out of his depth, out of his width, everything. And so too is Prasad Bisesa. But I just wanted to remember, okay, that if perchance, somehow, Donald Trump remembers you exist, if perchance Marco Rubio remembers that you exist, and they remember the help that you extended to them vis-a-vis the enterprise that saw the removal of Mr. Maduro, and perchance they decide that they want to give you a reward in the form of dragon gas, hopefully you would still have a relationship with the same greedy, self-interest multinationals who you would need, because I don't think NGC has the capacity, the wherewithal to be able to do that, right? So you're going to need one of these same companies that you're cussing now. You're going to need to sit down at the negotiation table with them. And you might very well have to lick your size 12 that is now down your throat. So I leave that there. That's prime minister for you. But I raise that issue because Posabi Sessa has been saying a lot of things. She referred to, and it's part of a growing pattern with her. So she referred to the energy, not the energy chamber, the Law Association. A couple of months ago, she referred to them as being greedy, eater food, filth. Those were her words. Greedy, eater food, filth. Right? These attorneys. Now, mind you, she is a member of the Law Association. John Jeremy is a member of the Law Association. Saddam Hussein is a member of the Law Association. Devish Maraj is a member of the Law Association. Wayne Sturge, a member of the Law Association. Plenty of them in the government are members of the Law Association. But she said they are greedy, eater food, filth. Right? That is how you characterize citizens of your country. Many of whom, are stalwarts in the legal profession. Some of them, your own colleagues. Some of them, well, almost all of them, far better lawyers than you ever will, but you refer to them as greedy, eater food, filth. You attack the independent senators and you're calling them PNM and they are brown nosers and bootlickers, the independent senators. She attacked the energy chamber. You attack CARICOM. So something wrong with everybody. The one common denominator and all of that is you, madam. You have a problem with everybody. Okay? You see? So maybe you need to look in the mirror to see where the problem really exists. But you're attacking everybody. So Dr. Rowley came out and he put out something. No, he's been quiet for the last few days. When he talking, they have a problem. When he's not talking, they have a problem. Right? When he decides to hold a press conference or have a town hall or something, who is really the leader of the PNM? Rowley only trying to upstage Penny. Rowley this, Rowley that. Why Rowley do she so and so? All right. He heard you all. He decided, I have none to say. He went to Eddie Hart funeral. The media tried to interview him. He said, no, it's all right. Thanks, but no thanks. I have no comment to me. No press conference, no nothing. I find Rowley quiet. Since they take Maduro, Rowley quiet. How come he ain't cool? No press conference. Why we here? Pick a struggle. Is it all you want to hear the man or you don't want to hear him? When he presents himself to say something, well, you have a problem. You want him to hush. He hush, or you want him to talk. Make up your mind. Ease up the man. He quiet these days, or you have a problem trying to choke the assness. Well, all right, well, he decided to say something. Okay? To highlight the hypocrisy of the so-called men and women of letters in this country. Permit me to read. Where is it? So let me get it to you. Where is it? I know I screenshot this. All right. If I had said anything nearly as offensive and arrogant as what Kamala Persad-Bissessar recently said, everyone in this country would have known not to accept that from the Prime Minister. I am proud of the fact. It confirms to me, I am proud of that fact. It confirms to me that I was held to a higher standard and I am satisfied that I met those standards. Those arguments to justify the dangerous legislation to be promulgated in this uneasy, multiracial, multi-ethnic society is not an appropriate crime-fighting tool. To stigmatize communities and removal of the entrenched rights of law-abiding at the behest of officers without parliamentary oversight is not what one expects from a government that is prepared to do its job of going at lawbreakers without trampling on those who are law-abiding. Given the divisive politics and the suspicious nature of so many, it may very well turn out that the justification of crime might not be enough to manage the fallout when the law is applied. The unsupervised authority will breed abuse and resentment and all that flows. Keith Rowley. Well, who tell Doc to do that? And I know the usual potongs couldn't wait to jump out themselves. All of them who hoping to be afforded the opportunity to bend the knee for Mrs. Persad-Bissessar so that they could get something, a board position, see maybe if it have any other openings, they could become an ambassador, a high commissioner somewhere, something. Because I still have a lot of boards that are yet to be filled, right? One board, I could tell you the National Trust, which I sat on from 2019 to 2025, is still without a board. The Fair Trade Commission, still without a board. And many other entities are still without boards. I think they only filled maybe about 2 or 3 ambassadorial positions so far, at least what I have heard about, right? So there are people who are out there hoping and praying that, yeah, they realize they still have opportunity, so let me see what I could do. Look at me, Madam Prasad-Bissessar. One of those persons is one Dr. Shane Mohammed. That charlatan, that fraud, right, who masquerades as a armchair analyst, doesn't know his ARSE from his elbow, but wants to talk. So he decided to put out a statement entitled, Keith Rowley has lost his mind. Has he forgotten his rants from the podium of the OPM? How he spoke down to the country consistently for 10 years, how he insulted media practitioners, how he presided over 10 years of crime escalation with no real plan and no results. I give credit where it is due, and Keith Christopher Rowley deserves no credit on his behavior. It was divisive. Who do you think has the PNM in ashes? Really, the PNM in ashes? His behavior was segregative. Do the stats on brain drain and who and how people got work. His behavior was authoritarian. Look at his friends and associates. His behavior damaged this country. Look at the growth over 10 years for those talking recession and recovery. Recovery leads to growth, not stagnation. So his behavior damaged this country. I wonder what Kamala's, what Mr. I calling him Mr. because I understand that there are question marks over the legitimacy of his doctorate. All right? I will not lend legitimacy to it. So Mr. Mohammed. This was for the 10 years Keith Rowley was prime minister. We had no issues with CARICOM. All right? That is why at his last meeting, when CARICOM heads of meeting that he attended prior to the meeting of his prime minister, they lauded praises on him. All of this, his colleagues. All. Mrs. Prasad-Bissessar will not be so fortunate. Change is not doing things the same way over and over and over and expecting a difference. That is madness. In 9 months, there are people expecting miracles. There are those, no matter what this administration does, good, bad, or indifferent, it will still be bad. Well, Mr. Mohammed, the reason why people expect miracles is because Prasad-Bissessar and her misfits promised miracles. All right? They didn't say, put us in office and we will take 5 years to fix things. They didn't say, put us in office and we will take 5 years to fix crime. They said 6 months. We are in month 9, Mr. Mohammed. They promised that. Okay, so if people are upset that 9 months in, the crime situation is not much improved, as evidenced by the fact that we have more murders this month than we did same period last year, who to blame? Who said 6 months? And in that 9 months, all we keep hearing is, hold strain. It come in. Wait. You will see. We heard about walls, gates, cameras, panic button, dogs. Meanwhile, people getting kidnapped, people being murdered. All we hear is, hold strain, thing come in. We cannot reveal to you everything. We don't want to put let the cat out of the bag for the benefit of the criminal element. They must be caught by surprise. 6 months came and gone, 7 months came, 8 months came, we're in month 9, almost finished. And the only thing they could proffer is zones, special zones or zones of special operations and a state of emergency. So what are people supposed to do? You all said, put us in office, we will create 55,000 jobs. You didn't say we will take 5 years or 10 years. You gave the impression, put us in office and we will make it happen one time. We will do what this incompetent PNM hasn't been able to do in 10 years. They promised that. They were the ones who got people's hopes up high when they said we have in this national recruitment drive, employ TT, we have 20,000 and change jobs. Just come, go online, come and fill out your application form, apply, 20,000 good paying jobs, come. And after 1/3 of the financial year is almost to a close, they've managed to hire 1,803 people. And they said they were going to hire 20,750 people. So with 1/3 of the financial year already gone and only 1,800 hired, we could assume if we were to do a little extrapolation and using the same trajectory that by the end of financial or fiscal 2025-26, they will only hire probably just about 6,000 people. So they will still have over 14,000 vacancies. When the PNM was explaining to them the challenges that they would have faced in filling these vacancies, not that they didn't want to do it, but there were challenges. The PNM just lacked the political will. So that when Padarat got up in the parliament on Friday to boast, we hired 1,800 persons under the Ministry of Works and Infrastructure and could not offer one figure for even his own ministry. So clearly his ministry hired nobody under this program. Or else if he did, he would have mentioned it. Clearly no other ministry has hired anybody, because the only ministry he referenced was the Ministry of Works and Infrastructure, and that 1,800 figure that has been bandied about for the longest while, for the last couple of weeks. So there has been no growth, no movement, because he would have spoken about it on Friday. What a shame. How shameless. And all you want to come and boast about that? Not even 10% of the total figure that you all claimed you were going to hire. And you're boasting you have 700 million set aside and you just sit down there? Okay. He goes on to say, has the Prime Minister Kamala Persad-Bissessar insulted citizens? She said citizens are lawless. Has she lied? That's not all she said about citizens. She said that some citizens are of subpar intelligence, Mr. Mohammed. So if you don't consider that to be an insult, well then okay, take ownership, accept, admit that you are of subpar intelligence, because reading this piece of crap that you wrote here, all I could deduce is that you are of subpar intelligence. But you see, this is when these fakers, these liars, these hypocrites are convenient in what they report. So did she insult citizens? Yes, she did. But you probably think being called a degenerate is not an insult. Maybe you're accustomed. I don't know. She said we needs, and here they say he's a big doctorate holder. She said we needs behavioral changes. Not we need, we needs. See why I don't take these clowns seriously? You're this big intellect, so you pretend to be. So you put out yourself and talking about she said we needs. You don't reread, you don't proofread before you post. You're so busy. Yeah. I need KPB to see this. Did she lie? Maybe you need a behavioral change. She said we need to change attitudes and mindsets to move the country in a different direction. Well, she only suddenly came to that realization when the PNM was trying to do it. When the PNM was trying to do it at every turn, she opposed it. She and her minions opposed it. The same thing with the PNM was trying to do with the merit point system to target the repeat offenders, the chronic offenders. Who felt well, I'm going to pay the fine? No big thing. Or if I get a ticket, so what? I ain't getting a date to contest this ticket until 6-7 years down the road. By then, I will have the money. If I lose the case, well, I'll just pay the ticket in 6-7 years. So what the hell? Let them give me a ticket. I don't care. And the PNM, in recognizing that, said, you know what? If that is your attitude, no problem. But while you're waiting the 6-7 years to contest the ticket, you will do it off the road. All right? You will do it without your license. Because if you want to defy the law and show that you don't care and you're willing to endanger people's lives, well, all right, go ahead. But we will ensure that we take away your authorization. So when the police catch you on the road without a valid license, you will answer to them. And Kamala said that was draconian and wicked and oppressive. And the fines, $1,000 is too much, but $2,000 now is what she dropped on your chest. Imagine if the fine for speeding went from $1,000 to $2,000. And if you are over the speed limit by 1 kilometer, the fine goes up by between $2,000 and $6,000 for 1 kilometer over the speed limit. So look how they created an environment now where more for people to get into accidents. Because when you should be focused on the road, you're focused on your speedometer. You only make sure, because you never know where this police hiding. Sometimes you might be driving and they up on you're approaching a walkover and they're right up there. And you even know, because you're looking sideways, looking to see if they're hiding behind the bush, looking for a police car, and they're right up on the walkover. And before you know, as you pass the walkover, you catch it. Police pull to the side, ticket in your waist. So that's how you ought to be driving now. Instead of focusing on the road, you're only looking at your speedometer to make sure you're under 100. Or if you're on a minor road, you're under 35 or under 50, and you could look up and you run into the back of somebody's car because you only fixated on your speedometer because you don't want to get a $2,000 ticket or a $4,500 ticket for being 13 kilometers over the speed limit. That's what your government that somehow you voted for. That's what they're doing. Has she spoken down and insulted the Forte Estate? That is the media. Ask Akash. Ask Akash. Mohammed, haven't you been looking at some of these press conferences? Is she unhinged? Yep, most definitely. Is it necessary for the most parts? For the most parts, not for the most part. Yep, for right now. So he admits that Prasad Bisesa is unhinged. Time for those with titles and offices to enter into a period of innovative thinking and collaborative leadership. The onus is on all, not just the government. At least you recognize what you need to do. You with your title. Supposedly bogus title. Right? So, Keith Rowley never called anybody eater food filth. Right? Even if he said eater food, I don't recall. But filth, I don't recall him referring to anybody as filth. But okay. The Law Association as filth. I don't recall him referring to independent senators as bootlickers and brown nosers. Everybody know what a brown noser is, right? There are plenty of them in the government. And in fact, this little piece of rubbish that I read here just now could be described as an example of brown nosing. Okay? Hoping that Prasad Bisesa would see this and probably give him a position. I don't recall Keith Rowley accusing anybody of being a brown noser or a bootlicker. In case you forget, or telling the public, members of the population, you are of subpar intelligence. Those are not insults, Mr. Mohammed. No, that's all right. That is just the Prime Minister being firm and unhinged in a good way, because the country needs strong leadership. The Iron Lady, she's calling herself now. We need that. All of you, you indisciplined wretches. That's what I need, a firm hand. You all don't need the, I love you. There have been prime ministers before me, and there'll be prime ministers after me, but no one will love you as much as I love you. Half of me belongs to you, and the other half I give to you. All of that was convenient. When last year I say that? That gone out the window. It was convenient to get your vote. Yes, Kamala's so nice and she's so kind. She's not like Rowley, who's a old Rottweiler and always buffing up people like if they're children. Yes, we love Kamala. Auntie Cams. We want no Uncle Keith. We want no Keithos. Right? What is called him? Bobby Head. But Bobby Head never do all of the things that she do in Yola in just 9 months. The thousands of you all who now on the breadline, right? And don't know where the next dollar coming from. Catching all their royal nenen. Thanks to them. When Keith Rowley's administration tried to save you all by extending the contracts, the CPF contracts another 3 years, so at least you all would have been protected from these wretches. No, all of them want Bobby Head. All of them want Small Pin. No, all they want anti-cams. Anti-cams, yes. I look what anti-cams doing all they know. No more, half of me belongs to you and the other half I give to you. She keeping all of her for herself. How the tables have turned. That's why you are coming out now in droves every day on social media to cuss anti-cams and calling for fresh elections and you want back your vote. It doesn't work that way. I told you all, it doesn't work that way. Your vote is non-refundable. When you give it to them, that's it. Can't go back to the EBC and ask back for it. You have to wait 5 years. Yeah, but everything is anti-cams. All we eat our food under anti-cams. Use all your right, all your back. And today they enjoying the spoils of office and telling all you have no house, you have no life, you have no job, you have no wife. And you want to tell us, you want to tell the Prime Minister and the government how to, look, miss me with that. Same people who during the election, they love all and every day meeting all them, patting all in the back and doing videos and pictures. You see, yeah, there's my boy, look, I reach. As soon as they reach, they cast you aside. They don't need you anymore. And now you're complaining? And your complaints are falling on deaf ears. They don't need you. You were used and abused and cast aside. But you look for that. Don't complain. Don't complain. Nothing for you. Poor souls. I get this here just now. There was something else that I wanted to read here. Just now, let me get this here. So we will see on Tuesday what will be the outcome of these independent senators. My concern, of course, is that having been painted into a corner of being the president's lackeys, and the president is, according to Mrs. Passabi, a low-level PNM functionary. Imagine that, eh? Imagine Shane Mohammed want to talk about Dr. Rowley and things. And meanwhile, every morning, you hear from Dr. Rowley once in a while, even when he was prime minister. Yeah. But every morning, doubles and coffee. Rowley. Stuart Smallpin. Penny. PNM. Every day. Disrespectful in the extreme. You had David Naked, who is now a parliamentary secretary, who once referred to the sitting president as a, if memory serves me correctly, an insipid jackass. Sitting president, right? Okay. Shane Mohammed didn't write up nothing. All of these other men and women have letters. Like, they're afraid to call out these people because they figure if I do that, they will come after me. And I might end up being the subject of a doubles and coffee. I mean, I keep going any man, but for some reason, he wouldn't make me subject of a doubles and coffee. Well, he do a little thing the other day, but, it wasn't anything of substance. But you have Naked going after Beverly Ramsey Moore of the of Pantran Bego, right? And I saw where Despas has asked him to step down from their board, which I think he was on because of that action. But they don't want to be associated with those characters. As Rodney Charles says, nobody with integrity wants to associate themselves with the UNC. Nobody. And we see that. Look at the filth. I will call them filth. The two of them. Add to that Philip Edward Alexander. Right? Everything is PNM. PNM living rent-free in their head. It's time for them to start to charge rent. Whole day, every day, PNM. That's what paying them for? To bash PNM? Do all their work. The three all they getting paid as members of parliament and as parliamentary secretaries and ministers in the ministry of. 2 salaries you're collecting every month, but do something for it now. Something, anything of substance. Do a doubles and coffee one morning to say, well, yesterday I did this. Do a live and do a TikTok video and say, today I did that with respect to my portfolio, and I have improved the lives of citizens by doing this. But everything PNM. Ridiculous. This disrespectful thought, and I'm seeing Naked. Well, I wouldn't even bother to listen to his contribution in the Senate, but I saw the Prime Minister was so moved by it that she decided to put it up on her Facebook page for all and sundry to see. So I don't know if maybe she's so pleased that maybe she might promote him to being a minister in the ministry of. Right? Meanwhile, so many meanwhiles taking place. That's not, let me get this. That's not, huh? So it seems the people of La Joqueta realized that they were duped. That maybe it wasn't such a great idea to vote for Philip Watts. And so some of them decided to send voice notes to News Source. But before I go there, let me touch on. I saw a newspaper article stating that all tickets have been sold out for Line. As you all know, that is a very expensive fete hosted by the Hyatt. Tickets range for $679 US. And between 300 and something US to 679 US for the premier tickets, the VIP, and then you have the regular tickets, okay? Sold out. Big newspaper article. That's something to publish, okay? US, I mind you. Because I think when you go online, you have to pay. You use your credit card, you pay. That's US dollars that has to be remitted to Hyatt, right? So your bank has to find US dollars, even though you're using your TT credit card and might appear, well, depending on who you bank with. I think if you're with Republic, it might show up on the US side of your card. And if you bank with other banks that don't split the card into US and TT, it will show up in TT dollars. You will pay your bill in TT dollars, but your bank has to find US dollars to remit to Hyatt because they want TT dollars, US dollars. I remember some time ago, just over a year ago or so, when Hyatt was saying that they were only going to accept payment in US dollars, and I had a big uproar about that and what wrong with we money and the interest and blah, blah, blah. Anyway, but it's US, they get in for that. But we complaining for an exchange. I can't get $200, but you just spend 300 and something US. Even though you're paying in TT, you still spend 300 and something US. You got it, access your credit card. Or 679 US and tickets sold out. And they want to use that, the supporters of the UNC using that to say, well, I thought the economy bad, I thought people suffering and they didn't have money and Hyatt sell out. But for some people, that's the only fit they're going to for the season. One, because they can't afford to go to the 2 and 3 and 4 that they normally go to. So they had a choice to make and they say, well, all right, we'll go to that one. Because here real good. Then of course, there's a portion of foreigners who come in late. And by the time they come, all of the major fets will already be done. And that will be the one major fet that will still be available. Well, it's not available now because tickets sold out. Right? So a lot of people, foreigners who coming in for the carnival and want a really good fet, all-inclusive fet, will buy those tickets. But I understand, as I understand it, a lot of the tickets have been sold out really to financiers of the UNC. You see, because when the PNM was in power, and as big fet, Hyatt is government, and you would have seen a lot of persons affiliated with the PNM there, but it was open to everybody. But now you had some of these financiers, UNC financiers, buying up these tickets to make it a UNC fet. Hence the reason you're no longer able to get tickets. I imagine people who I know who go to this fet every year telling me, hey, can I get through? Nothing by salt. Tickets sell out. I normally get my ticket from whoever and whoever. None. Yes. So all of a sudden, everybody using this opportunity. Well, here now, you should go to that fet now because I hear this minister will be there and that minister will be there, and you might get the opportunity to talk to them. You never know because you don't know what opportunities they're getting. So buy the tickets and impress them and let the minister know you bought X amount of tickets. And people will call, hey, buy up them tickets. Ask some people who want to go. You're looking for a sponsor. Talk to them. How much you want? Make it happen. Because we have people who want to go and they want to spend that money. What you for? And you want contract? Well, you have to play ball. You're buying 20? VIP? Buy it up. You want the best premium drinks, best food, best spot. Listen, one hand can't clap. You can't be expecting to get a contract. You ain't doing nothing. Do a thing. Okay? Because we ain't want to be spending this money. And I want to bring my two friends, my two outside woman, the outside man, whoever else. All right? So we're doing. You're buying it? Nice. So don't be fooled. Yes, the tickets sell out. But understand who it was sold to. So this is not indicative of the economy not as bad as you think it is. Or as the PNM trying to make it out to be. Because when a man could go to the UNC's fundraiser, all right, and this year, I'm told it was more lavish than it's ever been. People who are accustomed going. So, this year? Well, last year, they really put out. You know, okay. They're in government. And when one man could buy a picture of the prime minister, it's a picture, of when she was younger. There's a picture they blow up. Probably in cost them at 200, maybe 250 for the frame. And he paid $200,000 in an auction. Bidding started, if memory serves me correctly, at $70,000 and went all the way up to $200,000 for a blown up picture of Mrs. Prasad Bisesa when she was younger. What does that tell you? There is no problem for these men to say, give me 40 tickets, our 50 tickets, right? Because all want to get the opportunity to go and rub shoulders and take pictures with this minister and that minister just to say they were there and they had the money to spend. But you don't worry yourself, don't worry. We ask them about comps. That taken care of. We have financiers who paying that, who buying them tickets for it, don't worry. And there will be reciprocation. But that didn't used to happen on that PNM. Just telling all you. Just telling all you know. Because you never see the thing, oh, sell out. Okay. All you vote for that. Don't complain. Or show your mouth. If you didn't get a ticket, well, you do. Get your cooler. And on the day of the fete, pitch a tent in the Brian Lara promenade across the road. Pitch a tent. Walk with your picnic basket and just come as close as you could to the walkover. You won't be able to see anything, but you'll be able to hear the music, and you'll get the smell of the food and pretend it's what you eating. Walk with something decent, Walk with your little liquors, your cooler and thing. Wherever is your drink of choice, walk with it. And you could pretend at least you'll get the entertainment. That's all you will get. Not live. You ain't gonna see it live, but it live. You will be hearing it live. You're just not gonna see it. If you want to dress up fancy too, you could dress up and pretend. So I went, listen, just go across the road, take a picture outside and say, on my way to Hyatt Line. Dress up in your white. The card out here, you was outside the Hyatt. Just say you was too busy to take pictures inside or you were too drunk. Fool somebody. Meanwhile, let me read this. Let me read this quickly. It's just so many things to talk about. I said I wasn't staying long because I'm tired. But anyway, damning audit, but suspension lifted. This is in today's papers. Story by Mark Bassan. Public Utilities Ministry instructs Swimcall to reinstate Wafik Transport Limited. Despite a forensic audit initiated by the Solid Waste Management Company Limited that identified extensive and ongoing irregularities in Wafik Transport Limited's billing practices, the Ministry of Public Utilities, led by Barry Padarath, ordered that suspension of the company to be lifted. And in the face of objections from Swimcall, the suspension was imposed by the state enterprise on June 24, 2025, when the UNC came into office, was lifted on August 25, 2025, when WTL Director Wafik Khan met Swimcall personnel and an agreement was struck to settle out of court. Now, you don't settle out of court unless you know you're in the wrong. So clearly there's some legitimacy to this audit which claims improper billing practices. So maybe somebody was being overbilled. These are the same people who come to tell you about AV drilling and one. AV drilling was overbilling Petrotrin, fake oil. They was billing for oil that they didn't deliver. The matter began when unverified invoices totaling millions, millions, as Anel would say, indicating possible violations of Swimcall's internal controls, reached the desk of then Chief Executive Officer Sean D'Souza in July of 2025, who intervened by ordering the independent forensic audit centered on one main contractor, Wafik Transport Limited. Sunday Express obtained a copy of the independent forensic audit conducted by the Caribbean Institute of Forensic Accounting, which examined the commercial invoice practices and landfill operations of Wafik Transport Limited between July 24 and May 2025. This audit was completed and submitted in mid-August 2025 to Swimcall. The audit report indicated that WTL at the time held an $18 million 3-year contract for April 2024 to April 2027 at Swimcall's Forest Park landfill site for auxiliary operations, example road clearing, cover mining. WTL also had a commercial contract with Swimcall's commercial division between March and December 2021 for heavy equipment services. After that expired, the arrangement continued month to month with average annual spend of $4 million to $5 million, representing up to 80% of the commercial division's procurement budget. Allegations in audit. According to the CIFA audit, in July 2024, Swimcall's General Manager of Finance, Adoha Hackett, uncovered discrepancies while attempting to validate invoices submitted by WTL under the commercial contract. It stated Hackett discovered that those invoices lacked verification, were unsupported by work logs, and reflected inflated hours. As a result of this discovery, Swimcall ceased all payments to WTL under the commercial contract from July 2024 onwards. The amount claimed by WTL in respect of the services provided under the commercial contract reached the figure of $5.2 million. WTL nevertheless continued to perform services despite the non-issuance of payments. So you issue invoices for $5 million, you ain't get paid, but you continue to do the work. So why you could claim legitimacy? Well, I did the work, so you have to pay me. All right. Acting on a whistleblower allegation made on September 9, 2024, 3 senior Swimcall officers made an unannounced inspection of the Forest Park landfill site the following day and found that WTL workers had departed the site early, even though invoices had been submitted for a full day's work, according to the audit. The forensic report said an internal email was sent to all senior Swimcall personnel referring to prior incidents where WTL allegedly billed for 36 hours in a 24-hour period under the Guanapo landfill contract, and allegedly charged a 3-hour flat rate fee for equipment movement regardless of distance and billed for 45 hours in one day. What, by? Or as Darian Marcel would say, what, by? 45 hours in a day? Lord. On September 12, 24, Swimcall met with all landfill operators at Forest Park, Beetham, and Guanapo without singling out WTL at the time. The contractors were notified that fraudulent billing, including misrepresenting the number of hours worked, would be referred to the Office of the Procurement Regulator, and they were reminded of their obligations under the Procurement Act. CIFA's office stated that 7 days later, Swimcall's then CEO D'Souza held a meeting with WTL's director Wafid Khan, along with Swimcall's procurement officer, about operational and billing concerns surrounding WTL and the invoices submitted by WTL under this commercial contract. And according to the audit, Khan indicated the 3-hour billing format was applied across the board and had been sanctioned by previous CEOs and general managers. D'Souza later investigated Khan's claim and found it could not be substantiated, the audit found, so he was lying. At the conclusion of that meeting, Swimcall personnel thanked Khan for acknowledging there was validity to the allegations and that Swimcall would be taking follow-up action of which he would be informed. On October 2nd, 2024, Swimcall issued a letter to WTL highlighting operational concerns about a possible inflation of billable hours under the 2024-2027 Forest Park landfill contract. So let me see here. So it goes on to give you the whole chronology of what happened. Speeding up. In her findings to Ramdeen as corporate secretary, Hackett noted there was consistent overbilling by WTL. While WTL was billing for daily and overtime rates, there was no evidence to confirm that a threshold for overtime had been met. Documentation gaps were noted in the activity sheets, and there was internal approval without full validation. So your workers are working, but you claiming overtime. Well, you're rubbish, yes. Long story short, let me see here. Around the same time, 3 days later, Khan filed for judicial review of proceedings at the OPR. However, according to public records on the OPR website, the OPR dismissed his claim on the grounds of no merit on July 2nd, 2025. Around the same time, Khan filed for judicial review for an ex parte interim injunction, questioning the suspension and reinstating him as a contractor. Swimcall was required to defend its position in a court hearing on July 9th, 2025 before Justice Westman James. Swimcall's attorneys did not object to leave being granted. However, they opposed the application for interim injunction and succeeded. The following day, July 10th, 2025, Permanent Secretary Public Utilities Neela Ramkissoon at Waru wrote to then Swimcall CEO D'Souza, requesting that he rescind and withdraw the suspension of WTL with immediate effect along with 2 other conditions. D'Souza responded in a letter to Ramkissoon at Waru on July 14th, stating, given the matter is now sub judice, any unilateral action to rescind or withdraw the suspension risks interfering with ongoing judicial proceedings and may be construed as prejudicial to the integrity of the court's process. So they have no regard for the court. He added that in the absence of then Swimcall board, that the CEO as accounting officer is responsible and liable in the event of error for all operational matters and is bound by legal duties. So the man in racket, bubble, overbilling, robbing the state, an audit found him more or less to be guilty of it. His contract suspended, but Public Utilities Ministry, the PS cannot act without instructions from the minister, something of this nature, all right? So one can only assume. So I think it might make sense to pose a question in the parliament to Mr. Mann for some explanation on this. Yeah? So I think I'll file that question. Let's see if the speaker will allow it. But it just goes to show. Bubble. And you seem to have ministerial intervention, trying to tell Swimcall how to reinstate the man. I wonder who this man know by. I wonder if any money passed to fund the UNC's election campaign. Boy. Let's see if I get this thing here. Where is it? What's the time now? Just 1 second. Somebody tell Alexander the word is eligible and not legible, please. I will leave him alone. All right, I will leave him alone. The man nearly blow a gasket when he and tell him Friday he's the poster boy for Alta, yes? The idea that easy. But where is this thing? Folks, give me 1 second. I'm trying to find these voice notes here. Yes, now, where is it? Okay. All right. Play this one.
Send my voice my opinion in the secret chat that they name me. So I'll come on this group here and I will voice my opinion today. I'm very much highly disappointed in Mr. Watts. Very much highly disappointed. Because the people who work for him, the people who march him, the people who make sure for him they just get left behind and nothing good come outside for me. Nothing. They just leave it every suffer.
Wow.
Right?
Say it in so.
Youth can't get no jobs. They talk about they make me put out points and all kind of thing and all they ain't do nothing about it. All they only giving all the people who wasn't even said they with all there, marching with all there, working with all there, supporting all there. Right? The people who was hiding behind the covers until all they win. And for let them win and for me to see that they come out now and they get all the benefits. So what going on with the one to walk? What going on with the ones who want to change? We ain't gonna change. We get change, but we get change for worse. So what going on with we? Mr. What's your answer, you know? Because people getting fed up. People getting fed up.
9 months left?
And I just have one more thing to say. Local election coming up. I want to see who you going and get to walk around like jackasses prayer. Right? They will see the same people who are helping and they're making sure that they're good. They will see if they will come out and do what they're supposed to do.
Something that is very serious on the chat today. So observe that since Mr. Watts is the MP for up here, we haven't seen any cleaning of the box drains. The grass is tall. Right, the river running alongside me right now, it is in a total mess. For the first time, I observed rats as big as Manico running in the drains. Mosquito like that. I want to know what's really going on. Who are the persons that's supposed to be taking care of our community? What's really going on? What are we waiting on? For people to start to get sick? And then they will start to do something about this. I need for somebody to get a message to Mr. Watts and let him know that we need our drains clean because this is something very serious. I have never seen rats in my community as big as Manico before. And this is something that is really, really mind-boggling to me that these people just come into power and it's like our community is a forgotten community and they went up here. You understand? I will really appreciate it if the person who is in charge could, get a message to Mr. Watts that I'm sending somebody to clean the box drains up here because this is ridiculous. Since they come into power, I haven't seen anybody come in and clean a drain. Usually before Christmas, we will see grass cutting, drains being cleaned. Something is being done. So what's really going on? And it's like everybody just quiet.
Yes.
You understand?
I understand.
I would like to know what's going on with regards to who is in charge of cleaning our box drains and cutting the grass running alongside the river because this is madness. Rainfall for like a whole week straight. Mosquitoes, the drains are not being cleaned. You understand? What Mr. Watts really doing? What is he doing? Who is the person that is he supposed to have working alongside him the way Miss Marley was working alongside Mr. Cummins? We need some kind of assistance. We need some kind of assistance and we need it soon. I'm going to tell you something, When Foster Cummins was there, you understand, man?
Yes.
Yeah, he used to lapse and he used to do shit and stuff, and I used to talk plain too. Foster Cummins was doing shit too, but still, I never started to call Miss Marlene or call Miss Lynette and tell them the place needs to clean. Miss Marlene and Miss Lynette used to walk around and they used to see what's going on and they used to keep our community real clean. From the time you hit the highway and you watch down inside Jacob Hill, right, and the U-turn come back out to the Mara, our community used to look so beautiful. You understand what I'm telling you?
Yes.
This what's going on here is real madness. It's like they're punishing us because PNM was in charge for 10 years. And now that they're saying, to hell with these people and them, get them that because Foster Cummins was there for so long. But at the end of the day, our community was clean. For Christmas, I telling myself these people would have come around and do some cleaning. These people, I don't know what is really going on with this UNC, ministers, boy.
I thought when UNC when everybody
I really don't know what's going on with these UNC ministers. You understand what I'm telling you? They need to do something about this. This is madness. You can't have rats running in front of people's house. That used to never happen before. Never happened. Sometimes I watching up the road, sit down and line and seeing rat coming from straight up the road, running, going down by the river. That is madness because the river is not being cleaned. And people is be putting the foot in that river to cross to go over on the other side. People could get sick. Children could get sick. They need to do something about it. You understand what I'm saying? They need to do something about it, and I'm putting it on the chat. So if anytime anybody said the children have left to, it is on the chat here first. I'm letting you all know that they need to come and clean the box drains. Whoever is in charge, whoever is working alongside Minister Watts, needs to come and clean the box drains. I work with Minister Watts and Foster Cummins the first 5 years when Foster Cummins won, and I'm telling you all, I know Minister Watts was just a waste of time while walking with him. Some of the things he was talking while he was walking. I know that he wasn't going to do anything for our community, but yet still people still run and vote for him. Right? He just did that as a competition thing, and he still can't be in any competition with Mr. Cummins. All I'm saying is they need to send in somebody to clean the drains and to cut the grass. You understand me? Because I ain't seeing nothing good coming out of this.
Right. Several voice notes there. Persons who seem not to be pleased with MP Watts, by extension the UNC government. I mean, we told you all that, but hey, she said first I said do his job, but at least the place was clean. Okay. I mean, I told you all I met a lady working at Massey in Mandalay, and she told me, well, she lives in Hawketta and she was having some issues. And she went, this was back in November, and she went to Mr. Watts' office to make an appointment to speak with him. And she was told, well, there's no available appointments until February of 2026. It is November of 2025. No available. He had to be seeing real people. Because I see people every week, and you will never call my office and hear, well, it have no appointments until 3-4 months down the road. Now, granted, I'm not a minister, but oh gosh. That can't be an excuse. It's not like the Ministry of Sports have so much going on that is a big ministry. And, I still see Jolene John having her weekly constituency office day. I see this guy, Minister of Finance, Tanku, but you had to wait a whole 3-4 months to see Philip Watts. You're applying for a passport? I tell you. Like I doing something wrong, yes? I didn't get the memo. They're supposed to do that, but okay. All they vote for that. All they vexing for. We tell all them, when UNC wins, all I know the rest of it. Right? Hardship begins. When UNC wins, oppression begins. When UNC wins, traffic fines, high traffic fines begins. When UNC wins, landlord surcharge begins. When UNC wins, asset levy begins. All who have cars, look out for increases in your insurance rates. Let's see as this asset levy takes effect from this month. All right. Rest assured, your house insurance rates may be going up, your car insurance rates may be going up, and other insurances may be going up as well, thanks to your loving, caring government. So they give already $1 reduction in super, and all was happy and clap and yeah, there's the best government ever. Thanks to Kamala for services, sir. And she say, Maggie, hold some heavy fines on your backside. You'll pay more for your license. What's that you say? You're not accustomed paying a late fee for renewing your license late, 2-3 days late. You're going to pay it now, and you're going to pay more than what it was before. The fine was there, just that the lackadaisical PNM didn't decide to, implement it. But yeah, you'll pay it $650 between 1 day and 6 months. And over 6 months, well, you'll pay, how much is that? $1,700 and change. And then it goes all the way up to $3,500. Even if you don't drive, you will still pay your money. So make sure, even if you don't drive and you're just using it as ID and you don't want to have to pay a chunk of money when you do decide to renew, find the money, set aside some monies every month, go and renew your license for me, please. Was that your passport coming up for renewal? $500. What's it on? Just pay your money, hush your mouth. $500. Fees going up, everything going up. Yeah, but and they took VAT off of 7,000 food items and the cost of living supposed to go down? Really? Apparently the groceries didn't get a memo. It seems to me the price of everything keep going up and people bawling and complaining. So, yeah, but all good for that. What fet's all going by? For those of us who could, but for those of you who could afford, they still go off it, right? Have a time for those who cannot go to affect. All right. And last but not least, I saw let me see. So there is a delegation of persons from the United Arab Emirates who came in, I think, on Friday. I think they hear from the I think they're supposed to be leaving tomorrow or something when they came in. So I'm seeing here the meeting between the government of Trinidad and Tobago and the visiting United Arab Emirates delegation reflects purposeful follow-through in international engagement. Discussions centered on attracting UAE investment into priority areas such as infrastructure, development, blah, blah, blah. The Minister of Works and Transport, Jardine Jones, should be commended for her leadership in advancing this process, having traveled to Dubai to actively solicit investment for our country, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So let me say this, that, when things like this pop up, UNC supporters like this say, PNM people might be vexed. PNM people vex. PNM wouldn't like to hear this. Waiting for them to call a press conferences to oppose this. Let me tell you something. We in the PNM have no problems with any development taking place in the country, even if it happening under this government. You know why? Because we are citizens first before politicians. And we want to see good things happen in this country, even if it doesn't happen under us. Right? So all those of you who feel that we have a problem when these things happen, we don't. We have no problem with it. You will never hear us call a press conference to complain and say, well, so and so. No, we do not oppose for opposing sake. A lot of the times when we oppose certain legislation or we vote no with respect to certain legislation, is because we have a viewpoint that there are certain issues with the legislation as presented by the government, and we would say to them, listen, we want to proffer amendments, or let us send this to a joint select committee where we could do our research and our consultation with our people to hear their views, and you could do the same thing, and then you send some representatives, we send some representatives, we will all sit down in one of the meeting rooms in the parliament on a few occasions, and we will discuss, we will share ideas, and we will try to come up with consensus legislation that everybody is happy with, and we could all vote yes. They don't want that. When we offer amendments, they dismiss it. The Attorney General, he always have a best reason why we're not willing to accept this. And we're not willing to accept that. No, we're not entertaining this. If we decide to propose amendments on the floor, as was allowed when the last administration was in office, they jump up and say, that is not the procedure. You need to circulate the amendments before so that it could be read and studied and we could then. So we realize it don't make sense. It's a waste of time for us to even try and offer any amendments. They provide no avenue or opportunity to hear our side. It's their way or the highway. So if we are saying we have ideas on how we could improve the legislation and you're not willing to listen to it, you expect us to vote in support? Case in point. This legislation that came up with the fines, right? Where they came with this warning system. So instead of you getting an immediate ticket for certain traffic offenses, they will give you between 3 to 7 days to fix your situation. And if you fix it in the 3 to 7 day time period, depending on which of the offenses, then your warning would be cancelled and you're good to go. You don't have to pay the fine. But if it is that you don't fix it within the 3 to 7 days, the fine goes into effect. So and you have to pay it, even if afterwards. So they don't care if you don't have the money at the time. They increased fines for 96 offenses, but they came with this warning system for only 18 of the 96. All right? So you still have 78 offenses for which there is no warning system, and you will get your ticket one time. One of the offenses for which there is no warning, of course, is the issue of speeding, exceeding the speed limit. And I said, discretion could be exercised. Because if I am driving on a road where the speed limit is 50 kilometers per hour, or 35 kilometers per hour, as is the case on Tumpuna Road, and you have a roadblock and I am driving at 37, and you come to give me a $2,000 or $3,000 ticket for being 2 kilometers over 35, something wrong with you. Something had to be very wrong with you. You clearly looking for revenue. Because you can say, well, sir, you were clocked at 37 and the speed limit on this road is 35. So that's when take it on a little bit now. Sometimes we understand it ain't feeling, you're driving 37, it ain't feeling like that. Or you're doing 40 and at 35 and it ain't really feeling like. Even in the US, they'll give you a little warning, a citation, whatever tell you. Here, the law said, there's no warning for that. Now, the officers can still exercise discretion, but when we see the Minister of Homeland Security rewarding officers for writing thousands of tickets in 6 months, well, hey, I want to be in line too. I will reward too. Let me see my face on the papers now. Let me get something to frame. So I'm making sure I go in on the back roads, the minor roads, where I know people don't know what the speed limit is. And I will set a speed trap right there to catch them. I will go where the speed limit is 65 and they don't know because the sign hidden behind bush, and I will catch. Best way you want to get, at least on the highway, they know to look out. At least on the highway, the cars coming in the opposite direction who know where the police is, you see them, they give you lights to tell you, hey, the police down there, so take your ease off the gas. But they say, we're going on the minor roads, you'll catch them. Those who driving on the highway and don't know the speed limit is just switch their so from 100 to 65, you catch them right there. Tickets in their waist. Entrapment. Just remember, this government, for years now, the PNM had set up the red light camera by Hyatt there. Right? And some of you might have run the red light there and you realize you get a flash, but you never get no ticket. So that now is going to be enforced. So they will flash you, and you go your way, and you still think, and then a ticket come in the mail. All right? Red light camera. Pay a fine. All right? So that is going to be enforced. And now they come to put ticket on your windshield. So whether you're there or you're in there, somebody pass and they see you get a ticket and say, hey, I'm going to set up that man. I'm going to take that ticket. You ain't going to know you get a ticket, and then next thing the police show up, 2 bandload of police show up one morning with a warrant, and you don't know what it is for because you didn't know you got a ticket. All kind of stupidness for bad parking. What the hell is bad parking? When you read some of those offenses, if a taxi driver has, I think, offensive conduct, what is offensive conduct? You leaving these things to the discretion of the officer. So if an officer pull you over and you realize he come to Jumbio, as we see, right? And you raise your voice and you say that is offensive conduct, ticket in your tail. Nobody camera, so he had nothing to show, but he going with his word. Right. All of that, no discretion. 18 offenses, some of the most dumb things. Like if you don't have the tier on your van, so you have a pickup or whatever it is, you're supposed to have the weight painted. If you don't have that, They're giving you 3 to 7 days, I think 3 days to go and get it painted on and stuff like that. Well, it says, and they keep saying it's about saving. How does not having that painted on your car save lives? Why? How is that a safety issue? Or if you have an advertisement on your windshield, not your windshield, on your window or something like that, something you might have at the back of your car, on the back glass, some message or something. So some people have put a quotation from the Bible or some kind of thing like that. How is that a safety issue? Because it's not blocking your view. But all of these stupid little things, every little thing they went through, like all these traffic offenses, I say everything we're going to jam them. Some of the silliest of things. Silliest of things. And then they come now to allow foreign used car dealers to bring in cars from 8 years old. And they thought that's a good idea. Because the older the car is, the cheaper it's supposed to be, and now the average citizen will be able to afford a vehicle. So put more cars on the road. The traffic isn't bad enough as it is. Let's put more, rather than try to fix the public transport system. But you know that when you buy an 8-year-old car, it's only a matter of time before problems start, parts-wise, maintenance, and so on, because this car is 8 years old. You don't know what the history is, but come on, you buy it because it's affordable. Problems start now, and a lot of these cars operate with sensors. Everything is a sensor. So to get changed, right? And then you have the parts, so you got to pack up your car, or you take a risk and pay a ticket. And then, of course, after 10 years, most insurance companies are reluctant to give fully comprehensive coverage for vehicles that are over 10 years. You might get 1 or 2 that may do it, but it means that you'll probably have to go and do an inspection every year to be able to satisfy the requirement to get fully comprehensive. Or you could go third party. So if you get an accident, the insurance will pay for if you damage the other person's property, but you fix in your own car. And a lot of people opt in for that, especially as the insurance rates are going up because of this asset levy that your benevolent, loving government has imposed on insurance companies to take effect from this month. Yeah, when UNC wins. And you still have people coming to defend that foolishness. I see Winston Bachelor come just now talking about Foster Cummins and how much contracts. Winston, here, if you have an issue, to take it to the police. All right? Matters in the public domain. If Foster Cummins wishes to proffer a statement on it, okay. I have no comment on that. I wasn't there, I don't know. Right? I saw it reported just like everybody else. All the information is there in the story. Okay? Well, I will tell you. You want to ask Foster a question? Next time they have the Senate, they have Senate on Tuesday, you should be there. Go and stand up outside the Parliament and wait for him and ask him. As him outside the Parliament. So when I was going to the Parliament on Friday, to my surprise, now for those of you who used to listen to 91.9, while I was there and even after I left, you all would know there are 2 characters. Kingsley, and another one who used to go by the moniker or the alias KFC. Right? And for those of you who used to listen more recent vintage after I left, you all will be very familiar with this KFC character who hated everything PNM. Always cussing Rowley and the PNM. Nothing good to say. The PNM is the worst thing ever. And Kingsley and his Kamala is the mother of the country and the mother of the nation. So imagine my surprise when I got to the Parliament on Friday and I jump out my car and I'm walking in and I hear, Dominic, and I look around. Who is that boy? Who calling me there? When I look across the road, who I see? Kingsley and KFC. All right? Coming to complain to me about what is government doing to the country, and what they doing to the people. And they want to talk to me and decide that, because we need to do something, that we had to stand up against this government. You for real? You all contributed to helping them get in office. For years, all they call 91.9 and cost Dr. Rowley and the PNM stink. And now, in 9 months, all you're going to come to me to complain to me, to tell me how this government pressuring poor people and we had to do something. Something wrong with Ole? I tell you, wonders never cease. I would have never thought I would have heard KFC complain about the UNC. Now, I know I told you all a couple of weeks ago that Kingsley was supposed to start at 91.1 on the 5th of January. But I see they put out the whole listing with the new lineup of people, and I told you all, they put people like Stefan Rees, from Synergy TV. They put Professor Misinformation, Heavy, is there, but he's out of his depth because the man that they put him with, he have a little bit of intelligence, way beyond Heavy. So Heavy can't carry on no conversation with him. All Heavy can do is to just sit down and prop up his chin and but yeah, so true, truth, yeah, lie. But he cannot contribute because, as I said, this guy's IQ level is a little higher than his. He accustomed to being with TC, you know? So he have a little more sense than TC with something. TC might have a little more sense than him, but more or less they're on par. But this guy is like this with he and Heavy. He and TC was like so. All right? So he's out of his depth. It's only a matter of time before they get rid of him because this guy realizes, hey, this man keeping me back. Because he does most of the talking, I understand. I don't know what Kingsley. I said, but Kingsley, you were supposed to start telling you. They say, yeah, but they kind of hold it back for a little bit, but don't worry. Okay. All right. Poor Kingsley. And then tell him, oh God, ease me up now. Ease me up now. I said, well, just don't do things for me to talk about you, Kingsley. That's all. If you're out of my radar, I wouldn't have to talk about you. Okay? So, yeah. Ease me up. Poor soul. Begging. Don't beg. You look for that. Let me see. There was one other thing I wanted to touch on here. I saw it just now. No. Right. So I was making the point about this United Arab Emirates contingent that is here. I think is some minister from the Emirates and so on. And so I'm looking right now at a video with from Julian John. Again, you tell me to mind my business, but you're videoing my face. So they go on Tobago. That's not, let me get it here, right? Check it out. That's Jolene and Fali and the minister there. I guess they're doing the Tobago jig or whatever it is, right? Check them. These are the same people who, when Dr. Rowley went to Super C, no, Kingsley like they blank him. Yes. Somebody say because he went on social media and he showed them he spoke about the contract and he held up the contract and stuff. That's probably why but so you see, Julian John and Fali, they're doing, I don't know if it's a big jig or whatever it is they're doing there with the poor minister who doesn't seem to be too inclined, you know. But everything for them. So they parading the woman all over the place, they carry she here, there, and everywhere. But when Dr. Oli went to Venezuela and he did the what they say the conga line with Maduro and with Mr. Maduro, they talk about that for years. Conga line thing, PCM for Dragon Gas, basically. Dragon could dance, so you see Rowley dancing with Maduro. But all I just see there, Jerry, she and Fali, poor Fali looking out of his element. But you gotta do what you gotta do. So they bring this contingent here. I am curious what it cost, because when the media reported that this delegation was coming, that's a couple of days ago, it was announced. So it seemed like a last minute thing. They asked the Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, Sean Sobers, when he was speaking at the post-cabinet press briefing, what is it going to cost taxpayers? And he said he can't say. He don't know what the cost is as yet. Now, folks, if you are arranging an event like this, you must know, well, okay, this is what we're going to do, this is what we're going to do. You have to get invoices and so on, because we're talking about proper procurement here, right? Unless you just call up somebody and say, hey, we need this, we need that, we need the other, we need the next. Don't worry about payment. You just do what you have to do and we'll sort out that after. So no proper procurement. You just call, send your invoice and get two other people. Remember, like the roti, 3 invoices for bus upshot and stuff, and only one person delivered the roti, but 3 people got paid. So Sobers can't tell you, he don't know how much this visit is going to cost. So the natural question that flows is, did the UAE delegation pay anything to come here? Did they pay their own way in terms of airfare? Or did we in Trinidad and Tobago pay that because we brought them here? Now, if we brought them here, then it puts a whole different spin on things. It means I invite you and I tell you I'm going to pay for everything. So I just want you to come and see. That doesn't indicate interest on your part. If you are very interested in investing in my country, you will hop a plane and come to me at your expense. I shouldn't have to pay for you because it just means I bring you. I kind of force you to come to show you what I have, because otherwise you weren't going to come. But I really want you to come and see what I have because I'm selling, and I kind of motivating you to come. So we don't know what is the arrangement. If they came, well, we know Jaylene and Saddam and Sobas went all over the UAE for about 2 weeks promoting this revitalization plan. Okay. Then they told us a delegation will be coming, but we don't know who paying for it. But we know we are going to be paying some money, because if we weren't paying any money out of pocket, Sobas would have told the media it's not costing Trinidad and Tobago anything. He simply said he can't say at this time how much it's going to cost us. Right? So we don't know if we paid their way and they just came here out of courtesy because we offered, or if they paid their own way and came. Right? If they paid their own way and came, okay, maybe reciprocity. I said, well, all right. Now, mind you, when Jaylene came back, she never said that they got any commitments from these people. Right? She simply said that they expressed some interest in what we had to offer and expressed interest in maybe coming to Trinidad and Tobago to see. But when one looks at where they took these people, they don't look like they stayed for very long. They took them to Invaders Bay behind Movie Town. We saw them walking. They put out video. I think Saddam put out a video, and we see them walking. But it's not to say, well, okay, you set up infrastructure to spend a little time there and discuss and I'll point and show you this. So it's like, okay, well, let me just go down in the back there. All right, yeah, this looks very nice, very nice. Yeah, I know. Well, this so. And all right, very good. Oh, the sun is pretty hot. Now you go back in the car, we gone. So if you spend 10 minutes there, that make no sense. It makes no sense. If it's about an expression of interest, you would spend a little time there. But 10 minutes and you bus out. No, I don't know if they spent 10 minutes. But it didn't look like they planned to stay there very long based on what I saw. Because there was nothing set up, no tent or nothing for the people to go and stand up under or sit down under for any lengthy discussion for people to point out. They need hot sun. Then they carry them, now they're in Tobago. I know whirlwind tour. And they carry them to do the jig with Farley. All right. Carry them and probably see a museum or something like that. Now, that doesn't guarantee anything is going to come out of this. Not that I wish that nothing comes out of it. I'm just saying. They could come. They could look. So, well, but a critical component of them coming here, and I've made this point before, is the issue of remittances. That if you come and you spend your money and you build stuff here, the intention is to make profits that will pay back for what you would have spent to build and to run what you build. If you build a hotel, if you build a casino, well, I don't know if they do gambling and so, I don't know, because they are supposed to be Muslim and haram. But anyway, I'm not familiar. Or whatever it is they come and build. If you build a hotel or you build whatever, a mall or whatever it is you build, you expect that as it generates money, those monies are going, the profits will come back home to you. But you're coming to a country where US is scarce. All right? So if you can't get your US, that is a negative for you. Because when you look just over yonder in Guyana, where everybody seems to be going and putting up all of these facilities, and there's no issue, well, for now, with respect to the availability of foreign exchange. They had a little issue the other day, and I don't know if it's been resolved, but that's the situation. You take them to Tobago to do what? To talk to Farley about what? To bring Emirates here? What Tobago have to offer for these Emirates? These people who come here, if they come here, they are accustomed to a certain type of accommodation. And this is the point I keep making to Tobagonians. I'm not criticizing all that. I said the less said about Tobago is the better. You all made your choice. We'll see what happens over the next 4 years. These people are accustomed staying in 5-star hotels. 5-star hotels, not 2-star hotels, not bed and breakfast. They're not interested. The people who have the monies, who want to come here and vacation and stuff, they go to places like Seychelles and what's this other place by oh gosh, it slips me at the moment, yes. But the Fiji and all these different places, that's where they go. All right. Hawaii and stuff. So you have to be able to compete with them. If they come in here, they're not coming here to dance a jig in the hot sun. Okay? So first of all, you need to improve your hotel stock. And if the best hotel you have on the island is Magdalena, well, you're in trouble. Because the last time I went to Magdalena, which is just over a year ago, it was a terrible shape. Terrible shape. We call the last administration would have set aside a budget of some 56 million to renovate. I don't know what is going on with that, if this administration is going to follow through on it, but I can tell you Magdalena needs a hell of a lot of work. Lot of work. Imagine you in the hotel, you get up in the morning, look into bed, go in the shower, turn on the shower, nothing. Water just dripping. So you wonder, what's going on here, boy? I probably don't know how to operate the shower. But looking like regular shower, you try, you twist, you turn, all kind of thing, you twist up the shower head, maybe somebody look. Only to find out the hotel has no water. That was my lot when I went to Tobago in November of 2024 for 2 days, because I think I told you all about the conference that my association would be having, the regional conference that we will be having in Panama later this year in May, right? Because Tobago didn't have what we needed. It didn't have sufficient hotel room stock for the 500 plus persons who will be attending from around the region. And Hyatt could not give us a commitment in terms of those numbers because they need to reserve a certain number of rooms for the other guests. All right. And because of that, and Hilton is under renovation, and they told us they would not be available at that particular point in time. And so we had no choice but to look elsewhere. All right. And we decided to go to Panama, and we were able to get the accommodation in Panama and everything. But Tobago lost out. But they figured that we against them, because we telling them this is what you need. Conference tourism is what you need. So Mr. Aboud, John Aboud, who owns the water park down in Chagaramas, who paid, I think, $30-something $100 a month when he should be paying $500,000. But at the PNM didn't do that. That was People's Partnership who tell you the 1% and the 1%. But they gave him that. All right? Who owns the Bricks Hotel, which was previously the Carlton Savannah, again, for which a loan of almost 500 million was given to a consortium of businessmen with no collateral at a time when Mr. Hawaii, who is now the central bank governor, was the CEO of First Citizens. This loan was advanced, several loans coming up to 400-some million, no collateral whatsoever. The Carlton Savannah went belly up, foreclosure, and my understanding is that when it was sold for less than the outstanding debt, and so you, the taxpayer, lost some money. But anyway, I mention that because, as you may know, Mr. Aboud, who owns a lot of real estate, I think they own Price Plaza in Shogunas and other real estate and so on, including the Bricks Hotel, wanted to build a hotel and still is interested in building a hotel in Tobago. For a couple of years now, the Marriott in Rocky Bay in Tobago. And he got a lot of pushback from the UNC and the cohorts in Tobago, FALI and the TPP. As we know, Tobago is now purple, right? Blue and yellow. Or is that? Yeah. Anyway. So FALI and then pushback. I recall the then Secretary for Tourism, I don't know if she will still be, Tashia Burris, indicated, and I'll tell you about all the issues with Rocky Bay. They know they found some bones belonging to the ancestors there, the Amerindians, the First Peoples. There was an issue with the turtles coming to nest and the light could interrupt them. They gave you a whole list of reasons why the hotel shouldn't be built, why it shouldn't be sited there and so on. Until Mr. Aboud went to Tobago to have a discussion with them, and he said, well, yeah, we're willing to sell shares to the THA so you could have part ownership. And all of a sudden, the story changed. Maybe that whole issue about Amerindian bones being found, that was just conjecture. We don't have any real proof. And with respect to the turtles, well, we could always, we could pop something, or we could put sunglasses on the turtles and stuff and, help them out a little bit. Right? But there was pushback. And I recall Dr. Rowley making a statement at a post-cabinet press briefing, I think it was. He said, I will broach no opposition And as long as I'm Prime Minister, I will do whatever it takes to push to and ensure that that hotel is built. And it says, roll in the back pocket at the 1%. This is what Tobago needs, that type of hotel. So they're fighting with Mr. Aboud, and in the meantime, you know what Mr. Aboud did? Take his money, and he went Guyana, and he built a hotel in Guyana. And 2 weeks ago, he opened this hotel in Guyana. All right? So when Ole and Tobago want to fight down Trinidad and fight down the PNM, and the PNM this and the PNM that, and Ole want to hear nothing from the PNM, and the PNM trying to help Ole to boost tourism on your island, Ole want to fight progress. The same thing you all did with Sandals. And who benefited? St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The two hotels that you all were supposed to get, the Sandals Resort and the Sandals Beaches, the two largest that in the Caribbean that was supposed to be built in Tobago, Ole didn't want it. Ole make a whole set of noise and talking about all kind of shoppiness about the government going to spend $2 billion on No Man's Island and all of that. Gordon Butch Stewart get fed up and he said he don't need this. And Ole tarnishing his brand. He picked up and he went. First hotel built, completed, open. And the second one is under construction. Your loss. St. Vincent and the Grenadines gain. And former Prime Minister Ralph Gonzalez laughing. well, that was supposed to be built in Tobago, but it is here. And be happy. Meanwhile, your room stock, no improvement. And again, well, they want to fight on nonsense. Mr. Aboud had the money. Well, I want it, no problem. I will go and build it where they welcome it with open arms. You feel them Guyanese and them say, them Trinidadian and them when you come in here and building thing, and we want, and we do this, and we do that. No, they welcome Mr. Aboud with open arms. They don't care if he's 1%, 2%, 5%, 10%. They want his money. And he went and he built a whole hotel there, 5 floors or more in Guyana. And he hiring Guyanese. While all they need work. And what's in Duke telling all this stupidness, but they only want to come here and build hotel and the little boy and girl and them in Tobago and they want them to put on white glove and trench coat. Meanwhile, they're still looking for work. And what was our loss, what monies that should have been invested in our economy to improve our hotel stock has now again been invested in Guyana. The same thing Mr. Man Derek Chin did. He wanted to build Streets of the World. He didn't get through. Bureaucracy. He taking money, 300 million that he borrowed for Streets of the World, and he went Guyana and he built Movie Town in Guyana. And he making money there. And the Guyanese benefited, and money that should have been invested in our economy gone to Guyana. Just take note of that. So when they wanted to accuse the last administration about diversification and nothing happening and so on, Ansa McCall expressed interest in Trin City Mall. The UNC make out thing about it, this, that, the other, and the next, and they want to sell the mall, and they want to sell out Pico assets and all kind of rubbish. What did Ansa McCall do? We're no longer interested. They go in Guyana. Right now, they're building a massive mall in Guyana. Again, money that should have been invested in our economy, taken from our economy, and gone to Guyana to build a massive mall in Guyana. Because who? Because the UNC want to come with a dotage talk about 1% and 1%. So keep doing that. Keep on doing that. And all these businessmen will simply do is take the money and run just over yonder across the pond and invest their money in Guyana as they have been doing and make the money, and they couldn't care less. All they want to, because they live in large, their pockets deep, they're living in the best houses, they have the yachts, they're driving the nicest cars, they could hop on a plane and go away whenever they want to and travel anywhere in the world. So if all they're catching all their backside here, it matters not to them because they're making money for generations and generations to come while we fighting here with PNM and UNC and all kind of stupidness. And then you have the UNC fighting thing because it's PNM push it. And then goes, oh, the PNM could be vexed about this. And it just tells you what their mindset was when the PNM was in power and they saw progress happening and they hated it and they were upset. And they fight it down and tell you everything that was wrong with it. Dr. Rowley, twice he bring Sandals here. Since April last year, Sandals came and they met with Fali and he said, oh, all I deal with it this time. We keeping out of it. Fali, you and your people sit down with Sandals and all they hammer it out and come to an agreement. So they can't say the PNM did nothing and the PNM. You deal with it. We are in January. 9 months. Almost a year. You have had no update. Anybody call back Sandals or reach out to Sandals to find out what's going on if they're still interested? We have 2 Trinidadians sitting on the board of Sandals. Gervais Warner, right, the former CEO of Massey, and Nicholas Lockjack, the CEO of Associated Brands. 2. Anybody reach out to them to make representation to try and push that? Anybody call them? To find out, hey, what's going on? You all discuss it. But, we're just trying to find out. Do you have any ideas, any suggestions on what we could do to try and push this ahead, or how we could get Mr. Stewart to come back? No one. Anything? Nothing. But they win 15 seats and all they get licks and all they get and all of that and Blue Wash and Blue Wave. Okay. All the traveling that Farley did, and all the traveling that Tashia did, and all the traveling that Ian Pollard did, and Trevor James did, and the rest of them, all the travels that they did in the last 4 years. Can anybody who's supporting UNC or TPP tell me one thing Tobago benefited from all those millions that were spent on travels? When they went to the UK and Farley went to dinner in the House of Lords and he put on the scissors tail or is it the tuxedo with the long tail and stuff, and he went to laugh, ha ha, and put on his best English accent as he dined with the Lords of London. Anything came out of that? Or they got a hotel, a motel, anything? They went Germany, they went the Bahamas, they went Jamaica. Oh, they're promoting Tobago as the greatest little island. You all remember when they went to some world travel something show and they carried this man just body rubbed on in oil and spit dribbling from his mouth and embarrassment to say this is what Trinidad and Tobago, this is what represents Trinidad and Tobago. Remember that? And I spoke to that issue where there was a foreigner, well, a local, a citizen who lives abroad and who posted it up on Facebook, not Facebook, sorry, Instagram. And the post got over 450-something thousand interactions. And when you read the comments, almost every single comment was disparaging. People were disgusted by what they saw. But you have this man rubbed on in oil and balling on the place like a madman, and I started to spit and all kind of thing coming out his mouth. And that's what they say represents Trinidad and Tobago. All that money they spent for that. What came out of it? Yeah, but the TPP is the best solution, it's the best option for Tobago. PNM this and PNM that. 13 billion in the last 4 years. You get one new hotel, I think? Right? PNM was responsible for that. They get a new airport terminal. PNM did that. 3 brand new ferries. PNM did that. All it cost the PNM. What Farley did? He gave a 2 roundabout and a few kilometers of road. But spend a set of money on travels. So they promoting Tobago and nothing. Has the tourist count improved? Have you seen an increase in the number of cruise ships? And if you did, it's because Charles Cavallo did that at Trini, not at Tobagonian. Keith Rowley built a new airport terminal so that more flights could come in. And the airport will be able to accommodate bigger airlines coming from new destinations to be able to assist all here. But it makes no sense that people coming to Tobago and the accommodation you don't have, or it is not up to their standard. They will not come. But you weren't willing to work with the PNN. Oh, you want to hear nothing from Trinidad and Rowley this and Rowley that. Well, Rowley gone, right? The PNM is in opposition. The UNC is in government, and that's all your best friend, and you have nothing bad to say about them. Well, great. And you all have all 15 seats. So you all don't even need to mention PNM for the next 4 years. No need to mention. You have nobody in the chamber, in the THA, to oppose and bring any motion against. So all you could do whatever all you want. You all in total control. All power belongs to you, right? And Sil could probably say something now and again if the media decide they want to give him a call. Maybe if they want to ask Shamfa or Kelvin a question, but otherwise to that, we have no forum really to make any noise. So if anything happening in Tobago that is inimical to the well-being of the residents of Tobago, we can maybe talk about it here, but all they will just dismiss us. So what's the point? We will stay out of all your business. Okay? So, Ms. Farley, Tobago is now purple. Well, I do all they want. We staying out of that. You do what we had to do on this side of the pond, all right? PNM and Tobago, they will decide how they want to operate. That's okay. But as I said, we have no official platform with which to make any issue. So Kamala could do what she wants in Tobago. Fali could do what he wants in Tobago. Spend how much money you want, travel out the world again. Say you're promoting Tobago, the greatest little island. All right. All your bill stage in the sea, it collapsed. Tobagonians didn't care about that. That was what? How many millions? 13 million or something. How much millions that cost? I don't know. But zipline. They care about zipline. The stage in the sea, they don't care about that. Money spent for James to lease a private jet to bring him home. They didn't care about that. Them things, nah, they don't care about that. Well, all right. Allegations that Trinidadian contractors benefiting from all the work in Tobago at the expense of not just Tobago contractors, but laborers in Tobago as well. They didn't care about that. Well, we have nothing to say. Nothing more to say. We obstructionists and we don't want the best for Tobago. Well, all right. Do a thing. And here comes Winston. Under the PNM, we had and still have a 69% negative on tourism. As long as crime is high, no one going to come to TNT, not when every embassy is warning its citizens. You know, it amazes me when people like Winston Bachelor says this, right? So here is what he says. As long as crime is high, no one is going to come to TNT. The murder rate in Jamaica for the last 20 years has been over 1,000 murders per year, as high as 1,700 murders just about 3 or 4 years ago. All right? Higher than Trinidad. Crime rate, every single crime you could think about in Jamaica, higher than Trinidad and Tobago. Tobago's crime rate, yeah, they have a couple of years, they had maybe up to 20-something murders. But maybe they'll, you know, well, not shoplifting, but one or two things probably try to pickpocket tourists and stuff, but nothing major, like you see in Jamaica. But yet still, Jamaica's tourism numbers booming with over 1,000 murders a year. So apparently, the tourists are not afraid of being murdered in Jamaica, where the likelihood of being murdered is probably twice that of Trinidad. But they're afraid to come to Trinidad, according to Winston, because the crime is high. But just a year ago or so, Jamaica boasted in the first quarter over 2 million visitors with over 1,600 murders a year. 2 million plus visitors in one quarter. Jamaica's tourism economy is booming in the face of all that crime. So tourists don't care about crime in Jamaica, but they care about crime in Tobago, and that is Winston's assessment. You see, that's why we can't go down, because that is the stupid mindset that you will come with. Explain that to me now, Winston. Explain that to me. Right? Well, you're talking 600 murders, 600. But last I checked, 600 was less than 1,600, Winston. And the 1,600, and I'm certain that Jamaica, which has been under a state of emergency for years, long before COVID, states of emergency. We took our legislation for the zones of special operations from Jamaica. They have been doing that in parishes. As soon as crime flares up, zones of operation. They warning people. Tourists, don't go here, don't go there, stay away from Kingston, wherever. But they're still coming in droves. When I went to Jamaica a couple years ago, that was in 2023, I think it was. And I remember driving from Kingston to Montego Bay and looking out on the horizon. 4 cruise ships, one behind the next. Line off, right? Tourists galore in Jamaica. Crime high. Not bothering the tourists. But in Trinidad, oh yes, as long as crime high, the tourists not going to come. Rubbish. Utter garbage. It has nothing to do with the crime. Because I have seen many tourists come here and say, well, I heard Trinidad had crime, but I came to see for myself, and it's nothing but what we were hearing. I experienced nothing of the sort. Right? And I'm amazed. Right now, I follow a young lady on TikTok. Well, I don't follow her on TikTok because I'm not on TikTok, but I can access the app just to see stuff, but I can't comment and stuff because I'm not on it. And she came here to Trinidad for Christmas, first time, and she can't stop talking about Trinidad. And she travels all over the world and she fell in love with Trinidad and the people so nice and the cuisine and all of that. If you go on her TikTok, you will hear it. Let me see if I find it here. Give me a second. I don't want to be telling tales out of school, right? Let me see if I find it, just to do one. I wonder if I will find it. Right. That's not. Let me get this here. Right. Vanessa Global Travel. I want this one. Just now. Let me get this here. Just now. Just now.
Coming here to Trinidad and Tobago was a last-minute decision that I made a couple days ago before Christmas 2025, by the way. And honestly, it was the best decision I ever made because I've traveled to over 30 countries, but this place gave me something that I didn't even realize was missing. The love here, it just feels so real. The joy is loud, but it's gentle at the same time. The food is easily the best food on the planet. People here will just open up their hearts to you like they truly see you. I don't know how to explain it. Like they give the shirt off their back without hesitation. So I took a city highlights tour and finally had the most amazing roti in the world. I took a ton of drone footage and I swear there were moments where I felt like crying because I felt so overwhelmed and so filled with joy. And I'm tearing up as I'm saying this. I don't know if I'll ever forget this trip. Thank you so much, Trinidad. Coming here to Trinidad.
So all your bad mouth in Trinidad. She came here for the first time for a week. And this is her assessment. So all this thing about crime high and embassies issue and all kind of travel. Rubbish. Rubbish. Because every time a cruise ship comes and it's announced and it comes on one of these newspapers, post it up on Facebook, and you go in the comments, you're seeing who? UNC supporters when the PNM was in power. Make sure you leave your handbag on the ship. Don't work with no certain money here. Make sure you have a bulletproof vest. All kind of negative comments. You're all the worst salesmen. But when Keith Rowley went out there and tried to bring Sanders, even before he became prime minister, what Kamala Persad ever did to bring a hotel here, to promote this country. All she's doing is sowing seeds of division. Quoting our CARICOM neighbors to want to boycott. That's what she's doing, quoting boycott of our thing by talking about CARICOM is no longer a reliable partner and so on. Sowing seeds of division. Keith Rowley never did that and you all didn't appreciate that. Let me go again. Where is it? Let me see. Let me get this one.
Coming here to Trinidad.
This one.
I love Trinis. I love Trinidad and Tobago. I came here 2 days ago, by the way. I'm still here. I got here the 24th. A few days before Christmas, I decided I want to lay on the beach for Christmas this year. And I found a cheap flight to Trinidad. And I have to say something. Today, just my trip in general, over the past 2 days, this is one of the greatest experiences of my life in this country. And I've been to over 30 countries at this point. First of all, it has the best Caribbean food of any of the Caribbean nations. And the kindness, the warmth, the happiness from these people. I have never seen anything like this ever in my entire life. My heart is so full and I love Trinidad. Thank you for having me.
Well, at least you do, because we have plenty of people in this country who don't. Well, they don't love it when the PNM is in power. Bad talk it, discourage people from coming, but then want to talk about diversification and tourism and we need foreign exchange. But when their government comes in, oh yeah. But according to Winston, nobody's going to come here as long as crime is high. But what are you worrying about high crime for? This is when you want PNM in power, crime is high. PNM hasn't been in power for 9 months. Crime shouldn't be high. So I do understand why we have more murders year to date than we did last year. That shouldn't be happening. Apparently, the criminals didn't get a memo that the PNM lost office on April 28th. You all need to send out a notice, Winston. You know, the buying, strap iron, whole batch buying. You know, need to hire a few of those people so they could go around the towns and villages and announce all criminal elements, please note, the PNM is no longer in power. The UNC is in power, therefore crime must drop. Apparently that's how it's work. There's a guy, a British guy who was here for 4 days, and he too fell in love with Trinidad, but I can't remember his name. Maybe on another day I'll remember and I'll play it. Folks, it is 5:35, 5:40 actually. Let me see this here. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it?
You all can take my picture and do whatever the hell you want with it. You can take a million pictures of me, put it in your little UNC group, your voice. That don't bother me. You can put whatever heading you want on the picture. That don't bother me. Just be careful, because one day you might get a pre-action protocol on your doorstep for the defamation of character. But it's really not bothering me. So if you think that is hurting me, it's not. I'm going to continue speaking the truth. I'm going to continue speaking out against oppression. And I'm going to continue being on the right side of history. A lot of people, they're starting to see the truth now. So you all can take it and spin it however you want. You can't fool them, because you already know the truth. So go on. Continue doing what you're all doing. You're nothing but vile, disturbing, very disgusting. Because for some reason, the truth offends you. And when the truth offends you, you take insult to it. Then you have to go and defend your leader, your master. Continue defending your leader and the master and see if that doesn't lead you straight to the slaughterhouse. Blind loyalty is a sin.
This man defended UNC for years. Years. Cost PNM. Worcester things. Rowley. Small pin. And in less than 9 months, he has seen the light. Like so many of the others.
Special attention.
Too little, too late. You still have 4 years and 6 months. 4.5 years. Yes. That's all. These people going right down to the wire. Right down to the wire. Well, look at VIX. How much all they want? Oh, they know. Of course, they're looking at Facebook, they're looking at social media, and they're seeing and they're hearing. Because when we point that out to them, as I told them on Friday, you're all boasting you got an overwhelming mandate. And in the space of 9 months, they've squandered that mandate like the village piper after winning a $1 wee bet. Squandered it. Their own people upset with them now. Okay. But they are there for 4.5 years. That's the most they could go. All right. The latest they could call the election would be 23rd of August. 90 days from when the first parliament convened, which was the 23rd of May. So, yeah. No? Yeah, 23rd of August. Yeah, it's the latest they can 2030. So all in fire of right. So we'll see how that goes. Okay. Hey, and Kishan reached by. Kishan, how are you? Kishan reached Kishan, but PNM is blind, PNM is blind, PNM is blind. Kishan, when you get a ticket, all right? The PNM blind will cause you to get a ticket. PNM blind will cause you to get a ticket courtesy of government. But anyway, Meanwhile, the 7% online tax that they complained about, it's still there. They didn't remove it. Just reminding folks about that. There's the same watered-down procurement legislation that they bashed the last administration for. The same watered-down procurement legislation they've been using for the last 9 months for procurement. And last but not least, I saw your Prime Minister indicate that corporations will not get 1 red cent. Right? Nothing for you. There's no more money to be had.
Hi.
Make do with what you have, otherwise Anti-Cams will, according to her, mechanize the right. Here it is. Not a cent more for regional corporations. PNM corporations should stop sustain. How PNM corporations? I don't know. Because they're not going to get a cent more than the almost $1 billion that they're already receiving for this fiscal year. Instead, they should begin spending taxpayers' money on services to citizens and not on fetting, rum, whining on the road, and paying for ghost projects. In 2026, 7 PNM corporations will receive a total of $987.29 million, $181.83 million more than the $805 million that the 7 UNC corporations will receive. Now, if that isn't the epitome of idiocy, I don't know what is. Because the PNM controls one of the largest corporations, the Tunapuna Piako Regional Corporation, which covers a huge area, several constituencies covered under that corporation, which, if memory serves me correctly, includes Tunapuna, St. Augustine, Aruka Maloney, Trin City Maloney, Aruka Lopino, Malaba Mausika, La Hoqueta Talparo, parts of Arima. Yeah. Hundreds of thousands of citizens. All right? And they cut some of the allocation for Arima. I know why they did that. Because we, opposition MPs, a lot of the help that we get comes from corporations to do things like patching road and street fixing lights, a lot of things, right? That we don't get help from central government. Waste our time asking them. Now, when I call my Arima councillors, we have no money. MP, we don't have no money. Tumpuna Road is in a mess. Potholes galore that developed over the last 9 months. There were 1 or 2. It wasn't that bad. But boy, over the last 9 months, it has gotten worse. There was a huge pothole in front of Massey Mandalay. Every time I go there, shame, hoping nobody would recognize I'm the MP. And I reach out, my councillor say, hey, what's going on? Well, I need to fix that. That's terrible. Well, I see they fixed that hole, but those of you who know Tumpuna Road, now, when Lisa Morris-Julian was the Member of Parliament for this constituency, formerly Davide O'Meara, she was given a choice of 2 roads to fix. O'Meara Road, Tumpuna Road. All right? She opted to do O'Meara Road first, and then she would do Tumpuna Road after, because it involved a little bit more. You cross the highway and you have to go some ways into La Hoqueta, right? Because Tumpuna Road stretches all the way down to that side of the highway. So she did O'Meara Road first, and Tumpuna was next up on the list, and the government had started the work, but on the La Hoqueta side. And they lost the election, and I think this new administration put all them things on hold. So we don't know what's going to happen, but needless to say, there are a lot of potholes on Tumpuna Road, and I have been making representation. I wrote to Jolene John 3 occasions. I told you all, I wrote to her requesting that she come and do a tour of the constituency so I could show her some of the main infrastructural issues. There is a bridge in Samaru village that is in desperate need of fixing. Bridge starting to collapse, the road starting to collapse. I don't know if they waited until a car driving over there, probably with people in it, and for it to finally collapse and people end up in the drain, in the river, and somebody die, then for them to come and do something about it, right? But they would tell me about PNM and 10 years. And Jolene came with that nonsense Friday, and I told her, listen, the population deliberated on that on April 28th. They know what the PNM did and didn't do, all right? And they made a decision on April 28th to punish the PNM for what they did and didn't do, and based on what lies you all told them. They don't want to hear nothing about that again. They want to know what you all are doing. What you promised to do, they want you to do it. That's what they want to hear about. We don't hear about PNM and what PNM did in 2015 and 20. They know. They lived through that. They voted on it. Put that away. They want to hear what you are going to do to fix make all the promises you made, how you're going to fulfill it. And they're not hearing that. They know some of them, thousands of them were employed under the PNM, you all took away their jobs. If you want to talk about what the PNM did, talk about how the PNM tried to save their jobs and you all took it away. Spent $7 million to wind up CPEP. 9 months now, we can't wind up yet. And money spending. You have a board in place with no CPEP in place, and they're receiving board fees every month. Every month, they're receiving board fees for what? For an entity that does not exist. You have a man who is in charge of URP. He's also the chairman of HDC. He's receiving fees every month. For what? URP no longer exists, but he's being paid every month to say he's manager. And you all have no issues with that whatsoever. And they raise the issue, and because you all can't defend that, you'll come to tell me some choppiness about Foster comments and PNM is blight and all kind of dotishness and wouldn't face the reality. The same thing, you all accuse the PNM of all kind of corruption. But when we come to show you all UNC corruption, O'Halloran and Privat and PNM this and that's why the country is in the way that it is. Because for you all, it's party before country. Kishan, UNC did no wrong. No wrong. Every accusation the PNM made, it was all lies. All lies. Never mind that you have Jolene John, who sits in the parliament, who went and testified before a commission of inquiry to support in respect to the Piarco airport, that she went to one interministerial meeting and went and tell Pandey he have a problem. The greed is palpable. Her words. And she testified that Pandey told her, I know, I am aware. It is a milk cow, a feeding frenzy. Jolene testified to that. But yet still, you all want to come and talk about PNM corruption. So we must talk about whatever corruption or talk about. Accuse the PNM of, no problem. But when it comes for UNC, you feel all they could ever talk about that? You all had a minister who was charged for murder. Wouldn't talk about that. Every time, so this PNM this and PNM run the country for 50-something years, and what we have to show for it, almost every major infrastructural project in this country was PNM. Every time you all drive in on the highways, the byways, you use the Curap interchange, it's PNM build that. Every time you drive over the Grand Bazaar interchange, it's PNM build that. You're using the Aranguez interchange, PNM built that. You go to Arima Hospital, PNM built that. Grandy, PNM built that. Port of Spain, PNM built that. The teaching hospital in San Fernando that was supposed to be a government building to house government offices, that is now a teaching hospital, PNM built that. But what did PNM do? And what did PNM, are we supposed to look like Dubai? We could never look like Dubai because we never had Dubai money. We never had Dubai oil production. And this is what you all cannot get through your heads. Dubai looks the way that it looks because they were producing more oil than we were producing. And if you produce more, you make more money. If you have 2 mango trees and your neighbor have 50 mango trees and both of you all selling mangoes, who will make more money? How the hell you expect to have a big house like your neighbor when you're not making money like your neighbor? Yes, you're all selling the same thing, but he's selling more because he has more. And this is what you UNC supporters fail to understand. We never had millions of barrels of oil per day. We never made that kind of money. Therefore, we could never look like Dubai. That is the problem. That is why Kamala Prasad Bissono has to run to Dubai to beg people from United Arab Emirates and Dubai and Oman to come and spend the money to come here, to use their money to build it, to make us look, because we never had the money for that. And probably, maybe that's a mistake the PNM made. But to spend it on things to benefit the citizens, rather than say, well, let's engage in mega projects. No, instead they wanted to invest in stuff, free education. Let the state pay for it. Free healthcare. Let the state pay for it. Unlike in other Caribbean countries, when you go to the hospital, you have to pay an admission fee. When my friend from St. Lucia told me that, I said, what? She said, yes, when you go, you have to pay an admission fee. And then when they treat you, depending on what has to be done, in Dominica, there are certain services you have to pay for it in the hospital. It is not free. But we take it for granted here. You bounce it to, you go and you sit down in the hospital, you call an ambulance. I saw a paramedic do a video on TikTok the other day and he complaining the ridiculous things that people call ambulances for. And he said he had to tell the woman, you know, ambulances from emergency. She said, yeah, but. And he said, you know, if we had to take it to the hospital and do so. Yeah. In the United States, every time you call an ambulance, you have to pay. Once the ambulance pull up in front of your house and they put you inside, they do work on you, you have to pay, a bill come in. And we take these things for granted. But maybe that's what Eric Williams should have done. Instead of spending the money on these things to make it available to you all for free, Should I say, well, let me spend it to make Trinidad and Tobago look like Dubai. Let's build buildings that the population does not need. Let's put up high skyscrapers so people could pass and watch it and never be able to afford to go into it. Let's do that. I know you're bigging up this revitalization thing. Why it is you think Jolene Comanche now announced that she's extending the deadline for expressions of interest? Because they're not getting the interest that they want. You went to China, you went to UAE, Oman, and Bahrain, and all these places that you all went to, trying to court investment. And now you have to come and extend the deadline for expressions of interest? You should have had so many expressions of interest. You're supposed to close that off a long time now. We can't take no more. But you come back in Trinidad now to do a second round because you realize probably we didn't really get any traction that we thought we would have gotten. So we did it in Trinidad. We didn't get any traction because, oh, they praised it. Oh, yes, it's great. It's wonderful. But these businessmen, I told you, I saw some of these businessmen on TV sit down in the diplomatic center taking this with their jaws dropped. Oh, yes. And then afterwards, all of these glowing tributes in the newspapers and the UNC posting up post all over social media what this businessman said and what that businessman said. And behind closed doors, what they say? Something wrong with this government, yes? Waste our time. That nothing good to say, well, oh, this thing, I don't know, I'm not investing in that. I say so, but I take my own 2 years and hear one of them say that. After they post up in the newspaper, glowing tributes. But behind closed doors, that's not what they're saying. So you come back now last week to go and do another presentation again. And extending the deadline. Why? No takers? Nobody, no? And they're asking for expressions of interest, not RFPs, not requests for proposals. Just for you to say, well, yes, I'm interested in this and I want to hear more and I'm interested in hearing more. You're even getting that. Where else you'll go? We have so much inventory of you only want to build waterfront apartments. For who? You still have hundreds of apartments in Victoria Keys, all the bump, all the gum the other day. Ordinary citizens can get Ralph Gonzalez and his family get 3. Well, guess what? It still have over 100 available. All you all who are complaining, why you don't go and buy it? It's available, it's on the open market. Just go to HDC, tell them you're interested in purchasing one. You don't need to fill out no application for it. You don't need to have an application inside. No reference number. This is open market. Come with your money and buy it. That's how it works. It's open for anybody. To see the delegation they came with from the Emirates, if they were interested in buying a few apartments too, they could do so. It's open to anybody, citizens and non-citizens alike. But after all that whole noise, all they make, thing and the PNM and the PNM corrupt and they give Ralph and Ralph should give it back. He should give it back and add 3 to the inventory and only give him back his millions. And let it sit down there and rot. Because nobody wants to pay $1,700 a month as a maintenance fee. You understand? You want it? You could afford $1,700 a month maintenance fee so that you could use the pool and the gym and enjoy the security and the concierge service as separate and apart from your mortgage payment. Well, if you could afford that, go down to HTC and tell them you want one. Do that. But make sure you have your $1,700 every month for your fees. All that chop and talk. All the apartments still there. Not one move. But we're doing investigation. But all they want them to come now and build more. Yeah, come and build waterfront. You have a whole set of apartments, the Georges up in Santa Margarita, going up on the hill there. And they pass the hospital and they look up. $3 million plus. Go down Fort George. Go down Renaissance. Down in Carenage there. The 2 towers that is Rahal and this and that, right on the water. If you have between $7 to $10 million, no problem, go and buy. But there is stock, and that's the problem. There is inventory, and it is not being sold, and it's been there for years, and not sold. So you figure if they come here and build these, who buying it? If there's anybody outside of the country who wants to purchase that kind of thing, there is available now. And they're not buying it. So you think when the Emirates come here and the Emiratis come and they build that, who come in to buy it? Their own people? How often they come in on this side of the world? Once a year? You're spending millions to come here once a year? You want to build a hotel on Carrera Island, shut down the prison, build a hotel, a boutique hotel. For who? For who to use? That making sense to them. That's what they want to spend money on. Yeah, let me look like Dubai. And 3/4 of the population can't afford to even step foot in any of these. All you could do is to stand up outside with your camera phone and take pictures. And that making sense to all of you. Okay. Brian Batiste is saying UNC spent the last 10 years badmouthing TNT and now they're catching there to convince foreigners. Exactly. Well, they tell the people Trinidad is the crime capital or Boston. They're talking, yes, Trinidad and Tobago is 6th on the list, the most murderous country in the world. Boston, they talk about that. Publish that for 10 years. And you expect people to come here now? But in 2013, when Kamala was prime minister, we were the 3rd most murderous country in the world. 3rd. Last I checked, 3rd is worse than 6th, worse than 7th. But you all went heralding that. You weren't telling the world that in 2013. But now for the last couple of years, 6th, are we 6th in the world? Are we ranked 6th in the world? All you know that. Happy to tell the world that because you figure you're going to damage the PNM and do something. Well, your government in power now, fix it. And Philip could fix it, well, fix it. But their way to fix it is to tax all your more, to take from you all what you already don't have and what you can't afford. And you still have UNC supporters who, yes, anti-cams and the UNC will do this and UNC do that and UNC. Okay. Yes, and Horace is saying, yes, Jolene's words were in the Commission of Inquiry into Piarco International Airport. It was a feeding trap. Yes. Pandey said that. A milch cow, feeding frenzy. And he said, I am aware. I am aware. Pandey said that. But Kamala Talole, that didn't exist. That was just a 23-year PNM smear campaign designed to make the UNC look corrupt. And when all of the transcripts of the Commission of Inquiry started to come out, when TV6 started to publish it, and she couldn't deny it any longer, she jumped on a platform and said, what? Well, that happened under Pandey. That had nothing to do with my administration. So it doesn't concern me. But you were part of that Pandey administration, madam. When Pandey fired Ramesh, you became Attorney General. And you tried to put a stop to the investigation by firing Lindquist and Carl Hudson Phillip. And Carl had to write and put you in your place and tell you, no need to look for a way to fire me because I put a clause in the contract to fire myself. Right? That once the election is called, my work is done. If you all wish to hire me after, whoever wins, and if they wish to hire me, no problem. But once the government changes, that's the end of my engagement. He had to tell you that, in case you forgot. Lord is saying, can you tell us how much money Ashwood Jack been paid? We'll have to look into that. David Tate is saying, my child and grandchildren have to repay the US $1 billion that the UNC has borrowed. They jam the PNM for borrowing and understand, right? That is the only way that they can boost the country's foreign reserves. So they will get I understand that Tanku was able to raise the 1 billion because the interest rate they offered is 6.5%, which is very attractive given what interest rates are in the US right now. So it would have gotten takers and it's sovereign debt. And so the belief is that the government will raise the money to be able to repay this debt. And how they do that? Will tax you all into oblivion to be able to do it. So they will get the 1 billion US and they will put it in the country's foreign reserves to take it back over the 5 billion. Because right now we're at 4.6, the lowest we've been in a long while. It was never that low under the PNM for the 10 years that Rowley was there. They came in and in 6 months, it went from 5.2 to 4.6. It took the PNM over almost 2 years for it to drop by 600,000 and they were able to do it in 6 months. And struggling to get it back over 5 billion, and they know that is going to affect the country's credit rating. That when Moody's come in, I think they're supposed to, S&P, Standard & Poor's supposed to be coming, I think next month, all right, to do their assessment, because they requested a meeting with members of the opposition as well to get a feel. So they come in. And when they look at that, the closer you are, the less foreign exchange you have is the closer you are to the IMF, or to qualifying for IMF support. Right now we have a little cushion between the country's foreign reserves, and the Heritage and Stabilization Fund. All right? But being under 5 billion ain't looking too good. So we will borrow $1 billion US, and then we will put it in the reserves, and we convert, and we will use the TT to do certain things. All right? That's what they will do. So artificially prop up the country's foreign reserves. Where is Ralph Maraj? He complained bitterly about that for almost 10 years. The government of which he is, well, now a part because he's an ambassador. That is what they are doing. The very thing that he condemned the last administration for. Where is he? Mouthful, eating our food. Could you see you, the taxpayer? So he has nothing to say and will say nothing for the next 4.5 years. Right? Any opportunity you get to come and talk about the Petrotrin sin. Imagine we were close to having this refinery reopened. We had a company that went through the process. They would have done an assessment and determined, yes, we want to invest in this. We want to bring our money and reopen your refinery, to lease it. After years of the government trying to find a company, they finally found one. They came into office, negotiations underway, but they said on the campaign trail, we're not doing no business with no, not selling the refinery. I said, Trinidad, what? Not interested. You run Jindal, and you come now. What going on with Owando? What going on with Owando? Well, we know nothing going on because the fact that Munila would have said a couple of weeks ago that the government intends to, they go into the energy conference in Guyana and the energy conference in Suriname, and they're going to try and push the refinery at these two conferences. So they didn't learn. Dr. Rowley did it, all the chastising. Oh, he went like a beggar. See, we gone Guyana begging them to take the refinery, and you go in and do the same thing that you accused him of doing. No, if you were still in negotiations with Owando, he wouldn't be doing that. So he tells me Owando is no longer in the picture. Why he didn't come and tell the country that? Tell the country that. We finally saw relief on the horizon. Finally had a company that was interested and was getting down to the nitty-gritty to make it happen. And because of an irresponsible populist government, while you run the people, and now find yourself right back at square one, having to go begging cap in hand again. You are very fine. Help you out now. Come now, please. And that is the kind of thing that Kishan and them supported. Right? That's what they support. Meanwhile, what happened? What happened with the refinery? Go through the whole process again. Up to now, the $1.5 billion fake, fraudulent wire transfer receipt that OWTU proffered to try and get the what going on with that? Any police investigation? Let me see what's happening here. Yes, he's gone to India. Vicky White, Malabar in the house, good afternoon. Street light on Flamingo Avenue. All right, Vicky, I will find out which one of my counselors that falls under, and we will pay a visit. I have a long list of street lights that I need fixed. I have sent countless letters to TNTech. They acknowledge it, then they tell me, the general manager himself responded to me and said he's assigning it to this person, and then nothing happens. Well, I think after I jump at that day Friday, I ain't getting none for me. So I had to go and beg, see if I could get Elder to help me out. But this is where we are, right? These people came in and said when UNC wins, everybody wins. We assumed everybody meant whether PNM, UNC, whoever. Everybody's supposed to win. They come in and fix things to make sure that they're in power for many, many years because the country will love them. And what we're suffering now is geographic discrimination. And when I send a letter to the Minister of Works and Infrastructure, I don't even get any courtesy of a response from her directly. She has a secretariat that reads the letter, acknowledges, and tells me they're sending it to whichever department. Now, if I ask the minister, if I write the minister and I'm asking the minister to come and do a tour, you can't pass it to anybody. I'm asking you because I'm seeing you meeting with UNC MPs at 6 and 6:30 in the morning to do tours. And I am making myself available to do the same thing. So I don't understand how you can be telling me you pass the letter to whichever department when I'm asking you, minister, not anybody else, you to come. I have no correspondence, no response with respect to that request. But meanwhile, we have work. So now, Jocan Trace in Carapo is in a mess, has been in a mess for the longest while, even when the PNM was there. And I can tell you, while I was a candidate, I reached out to Mr. Sinanan, Rowan Sinanan, and I said, boss man, we have a road in Carapo called Jocan Trace in a mess. All right? If you fix it, we could be able to get some votes done on that side. That is a heavy UNC area. But they're begging for that road to be fixed for the longest while. Help me out now. He said, send me some pictures. I took pictures, I took video, I sent it, nothing happened. We came and we lost the election. People keep reaching out to me for that. We got some help from TCL, but they did some work on Racecourse Road by the racetrack there, which is also in a mess. We thought we were finally getting some relief because they had this, I forget what they call it, some kind of material byproduct of the cement making process, and they said they would give it to us and provide us with cement. Well, that too fell by the wayside. They gave us some little thing, and then from what I understand, I don't know. I don't want to speculate, right? But nonetheless, that didn't work out either. So my latest attempt is I've written to Calco. I'm asking them for some of the milling, I think they call it when they doing road resurfacing and stuff, if they could assist us with some of that. And we see if we can get a steamroller to come and, to at least provide some kind of relief for the people, because the road's terrible. It's in a mess. And it's been that way for too long. And Khadija, well, I know she was living not too far from there. Imagine I went to a meeting just a couple days ago opposite Khadijah's house, and the roads leading to Khadijah's house is in a mess. These are minor roads that falls under her ministry, and you endorsing your prime minister talking about she's not going to give any more money to the PNM corporations or to any corporation, and they need to do their work. I tell you, yes, I tell you. I was just reading this thing, right? Let me see here. My government is not going to continue pumping billions yearly into those corporations while citizens continue suffering for basic sanitation and infrastructure services. The math is simple. Do your jobs fairly and provide honest services for citizens, or else, here they say, the government will move to outsource and mechanize the majority of tasks performed by the regional corporations. Mechanize the majority of tasks. You know what that means? Lost work. That's what that means. So plenty of what she's saying, well, I can't shape up. Okay, well, if it is you all have manpower and they're doing the work, we'll mechanize the process. We will outsource. You get the work done, but it means that the people working now, well, they will lose their jobs. Because we want to mechanize. That's what it means. This is your beloved prime minister who loves you and wants to give you half of her belongs and the other half she wants to give. Here's what she goes on to say. CPEP and URP ghost gangs, natural gas subsidies, overpriced goods and services, contracts to the contract mafia have already been cut to stop the pickpocketing of decent, hardworking, law-abiding taxpayers. Natural gas subsidies. Subsidies which was helping you, the average citizen. Right? But when Imbut wanted to remove the same, well, not the exact same, but when he wanted to remove subsidies on fuel and asked you all, just pay a little more now at the pumps, because the money that we're spending in subsidies, the billions we're spending every year in subsidies, we could use that for other things that you all want. We could use that money to, instead of paying that money to who this boy is, oh gosh, NP and whoever else and whatnot, right? Instead of paying that money in subsidies, here's what we want to do. We're asking you all to pay a little more at the pump so we could reduce our subsidy bill, and the money we saving on the subsidies that we're paying for what you using at the pump, we will use that to pave roads. So it's a win for you. You're paying a little more, but you will save money in terms of what you're spending right now to fix your car because the road bad. So instead of spending the money on subsidies, we'll save some and we'll use that to pave the road. No, we don't want that. Imbut increase the price of fuel 6 times and he said we are right yet. Say here what? You're complaining about the hospital, they don't have beds, they don't have medication, whatever. pay a little more at the pump, $1 more. That way, the money that we save in that extra dollar that you pay, instead of us paying it, we will take that, be cumulative, and we will use it to build hospitals, and we will use it to purchase medication for the hospitals, because remember, the country's revenue is a bit stagnant. Energy prices falling, energy production falling. We're not producing as much oil and as much gas as we were before, so we're not making as much money as we were before. If we were making the kind of money that Kamala was making between 2010 to 2015 when oil prices was over $100 and we were producing more oil than we're producing now, we would have extra money so we could prop up the subsidy. But for right now, it's pressure. So we're giving all a choice. We will increase the price at the pump a little bit, save that money, and do some of the other things that you all want us to do that you're complaining about. Okay? Because you want us to pave the road, no problem. That's the government responsibility. You want us to build schools, no problem. You want us to build hospitals, no problem. You want us to provide medication in hospitals, no problem. But understand, and then you all want us to also provide employment. More employment means more money. And the money just not coming in right now. So make a choice. You all want to pay less at the pumps, or you all want us to provide all these other services that you want. But we don't have the money to provide all. Make a choice. We will help you. We will increase the price at the pump a little bit. Because for some oil, overdoing it. You have 3, 4, 5 cars in here and everybody driving when you all could carpool. Some of you all working within 1 kilometer of each other, but everybody want to drive their own car. We're going to ease we up now. All right? Ease us up. You don't need to go to the beach every weekend. Ease us up a little bit. Because every liter that you put into your car, the government has to pay a portion of that price. You only pay the subsidized price. The difference, we had to find the money to pay it. So ease us up. No, we don't want to do that. Imbert. Well, all right. When Imbert say, well, we'll borrow the money to pave the road, all they had a problem with that. They only borrowing, and increasing the debt to GDP ratio, and then we children and grandchildren had to pay. Say, all right, we'll take the money from the Heritage and Stabilization Fund to pave the road. No, don't do that. All you're reading the Heritage and Stabilization Fund. All right. What else we have? We'll have to increase or introduce some new tax. No, all you only want to tax the citizens. So don't borrow. Don't take money from the Heritage and Stabilization Fund. No tax. Where to get the money from? And don't increase the price at the pump. Do not reduce the subsidy. So where to take the money from? Where to get the money from? You all have a magic wand that we could wave and produce an extra 100,000 barrels of oil per day. If you have that, great, wonderful. You have a magic wand that we could wave and create an extra 1 or 2 billion standard cubic feet of gas every day. If you could do that, no problem. We good. No? You can't do that? All right, well, where to get the money from then? Where to get from? Because natural gas falling, production is falling. We're trying to see if we could fix that with Dragon. Or they're fighting us down with that. We're courting sanctions and asking the US to come and lock up Rowley and lock up Stuart Young because they're dealing with Maduro. So, no. Don't do that. Don't deal with Maduro. So forget Dragon Gas, forget Coquina Mannequin, forget Lauren Manatee, because all of that requires you to have a relationship with Maduro. Right? Okay. Now we have none of that. None. And your government now with their fingers crossed, their toes crossed, and everything else crossed, and hoping that ExxonMobil will find oil like they found in Guyana. Right now, that is what they're pitching their hopes on. They promised you all they'll reopen the refinery. They get rid of the company that was there, that they came in and met, that was ready to reopen. Get rid of them, because the PNM bring them and put you right back at square one. To go and beg cap in hand now and having to go to Suriname, and maybe when they go to India, they'll probably try and see if they could get somebody else, maybe if they could revive interest with the Jindal family. Because sometimes they realize they're willing to take the embarrassment. Come up with some, because they know the supporters will find a way to, when Rowley was in power, but it's different now. How different? Well, HYMC. Because they can't explain it, so it's HYMC. And that's where we are. So they realize the revenue situation is what it is. You promised 10%, the PNM told you you can't pay it, you can't afford it. We will afford it. Okay. What we know now? But really, we can't afford it. So how we are to find the money? Well, we could increase fines. Put the burden on the citizens. Yeah. So all these, when we go through all these things, you know how long these 255 passport or madness is, how long that so? Nah, fix that. What? That's how much they're paying? The cost for containers? Nah, fix that, double it. Let them gripe. It's early days here. They will forget by 2030. The same energy companies that you all need next time they have a bid round, offshore, deep water bid round, the same companies that you're now cussing and don't want nothing to do with because they are such a greedy, this and that. It's them who you'll be depending on when you have your bid round later this year or next year, whenever you have it. The same greedy members of the energy chamber, the same ones you will be looking to and you will want to have meeting with for them to come and bid for the same acreage. And they will remember you, madam, what you said about them. And as they told you in 2013, if all you don't have the gas and don't have the oil here, what? We have no problem packing up and heading to other countries where we could get it easy, you know. We basically doing all our favor by being here. But we could go elsewhere because there are other countries that courting our money. So we given all the opportunity. Fix your mix. But no, you're so disrespectful. Well, you're good with. Right? I'll tell you all. Where is it? Never forget this story. 8 energy firms lost 10 billion in the last 4 years. That happened under Kamla. Go and read it. From 2010 to 2014, 8 energy companies based in the Point Lisas industrial estate suffered combined losses of US $1.6 billion or TT $10 billion because of irregular natural gas supply. Right. See. Point Lisas Energy Association. And they told you all that. Yes, no, eh? Yeah, in that letter, say, well, we can't get it here, we could go elsewhere, no? Could go elsewhere. And GC now increasing price of 70%. You're going to hit all them more in the pockets. But you know what? Kamala getting $87,000 a month as Prime Minister, and she's getting $30,000 a month as a member of Parliament. So that's how much? $117,000 a month. She good. She have a whole house that she's not using. The state will provide for her. When they come to the Parliament, they get all the best of food that you can think about. Ministers getting what? $53,000, so $60,000 a month as ministers, and then 30-something thousand plus because they on some of them on several committees, so what, 35,000, close to $100,000 a month. So them good too. And then when the 5 years is up, they have some monies to get to gratuity, and they like, so they're good. They're very good. For all imagine, let's imagine, I want to wrap up on this. That in the debate on Friday, you have Clyde Elder. Now, me and Elder good, he's a cool fella. He could be a little annoying sometimes, but at the end of the day, I think his heart is in the right place. But let me just read this for you quick before I depart, because it's after 6. And I wasn't planning to stay here this time, and that time is just flying. Here's what the motion read. And whereas it is the responsibility of the government to safeguard the well-being of citizens and to promote conditions that enable a decent standard of living, and whereas recent reports of mass terminations and non-renewal of contracts across public bodies, state agencies, and local government entities have resulted in a perceived marked increase in unemployment in several vulnerable and at-risk communities, and whereas press reports indicate that these developments have disproportionately affected single mothers, female-headed households, youth, the elderly, and persons with disabilities, thereby intensifying food insecurity, school absenteeism, mental health strain, and the risk of exploitation and social exclusion. And whereas increased unemployment and reduced community engagement correlate with heightened risks to public safety and social stability, and may adversely affect local commerce, micro-enterprise sustainability, and projects or prospects for inclusive growth. And whereas sound public administration requires transparent decision-making, fairness in employment practices, and appropriate measures to cushion socio-economic shocks on vulnerable groups. Be it resolved that this Honorable House take note of the socio-economic impact of increased unemployment in communities arising from mass terminations and non-renewal of contracts and of the resulting breakdown in the community and social life. And be it further resolved that this government urgently respond to this developing socio-economic crisis by immediately providing adequate and meaningful social relief measures. And this, Padarat and Elder said, was baseless. There is no basis. Oh, you see what they're talking there? Rubbish. There is no this single mothers and female-headed households and the youth and the elderly and persons with disabilities are not disproportionately affected. And that is why I read out my list of the persons who came to see me last week Thursday for my constituency office day, where I saw 18 people. And of the 18, 16 were women. 16. So there is merit. This is not baseless. Right? And of the 16, 14 were single mothers. And 11 of them were former CPAP and URP workers. And all of them come in for the same thing. Employment, food support. They want a hamper or they want a food card, and they're looking for help to find a job. All of them. But they dismissed it. This is just baseless. Nonsense. And I have to ask myself if they don't have constituency office day. And if they do, who come in to see all that? You're trying to tell me no former CPAP workers come? You all have no former CPAP workers and URP workers and forestry workers in your constituency? None of them come in to see you all for help? So it's only PNM, well, maybe because some of them reaching out to me in Messenger. Because maybe they ain't getting through to the MPs. Maybe the MPs, they can't see the MPs for 3 or 4 months. To have no idea where the MP's office is. But that's why they consider that as business. But I read out my list. And that is how my list is every single week. Employment, food card, food support, employment, HDC, pension, housing grant, housing assistance. Every single week is the same thing. But they said that's not true. So who the hell are you seeing every week? And it's not the same people coming to see me. Every week is different people. All whose savings dried up. And now they're at their wits' end. Landlord issued them eviction notices and they don't know where the money coming from to pay the rent. Who wants to go to social welfare looking for public assistance or something of the sort, and they want a recommendation letter or some letter from the MP to try and strengthen their application. And then when they go, you come in to tell them they don't qualify. The people voted for the 41 of us to fix it. Whatever bureaucracy existed before, fix it, because the people need help. And it shouldn't be that people go in to help in social welfare and you're telling them they don't qualify. How the hell could they not qualify? When you see a woman who just got her toe amputated, 54 years old, she's a diabetic and ready to give up on life. She fed up and she's surviving on $1,300 a month and begging for a food card. And you have to send all over because she have to get documents and this from the hospital and that document from the hospital. Give the woman the bloody food card and then deal with the paperwork later. Because by the time she gets all this paperwork and stuff, she might be dead. $1,300 and she has to buy medication and buy food and living in squalor in a house that is about to collapse. And we're talking about bureaucracy and you had to get this rubbish. Send the social welfare officer to see the person's condition and work with them in the meantime, give them a temporary food card, even if it's for 3 months until it is you could sort out your paperwork and then give them the permanent help. But no, you have to get this first and get that first. And another woman came in last week, her husband is incarcerated. She has 3 children, not working because she was working URP and she lost her job. And now to get help from social welfare, she has to get some document from the court with respect to the man's case and him being incarcerated and all kind of thing. And before she could get that, she can't get any help. And going to the court is her next headache and come back and all of this. And in the meantime, she's ready to give up. She fed up. Don't know how she paying her rent. But we, the 41 of us in the parliament, what the hell are we doing? How are we fixing that? Fix it. That's why the people put us there to fix it. Not for us to be arguing, yes, that makes fodder for the cameras. It is all well and good. Entertainment. We get incarcerated because people say it's like, as the speaker says, a glorified sandbox. Great, you want to do that, but fix it. Fix it. Because people are in need. And I hate when people come to see me and I can't help them. I don't like to tell them, well, you know, you had to go down to... Fortunately, I must say within recent times, the man in charge of social welfare in Tunapuna has been very helpful to us. Very helpful. You send names, I say, all right, thing. When they come, tell them to ask for me, and we've been able to get help. Thank God for that. And that's all I'm asking for. Deal with the people. Give them some kind of help in the interim while it is that they're trying to organize your paperwork to satisfy your requirements. And if they can't do it at a certain period and you want, fine. But work with them now. Instead of telling them, go get this, and in the meantime, they're struggling, they're not eating, the children suffering, and you getting your big salary at the end of the month, money meeting money every month in your bank account, and these people do have that facility. And you come into the parliament every time, 4:30 we go to the break, you go down to the members' lounge, best of food, if you see the spread. And if we stay later, go back again, 10 o'clock in the night, if you see the spread. Sometimes food left behind because belly is full from 4 o'clock, from 4:30, so nobody don't want no food at 10 o'clock in the night. And it's just there, boxed out, and they're telling you, well, come for it now, come and take it now, carry it home. And some people out there who we represent haven't had a meal for the day. The children, depending on box lunch, and we eating the best of food in parliament. All our bills paid. And we sitting on every week and seeing these people, and that's okay. Something very wrong with that system. Anyway, this is real rubbish. Let's see what they're saying here. So I'm sure we want me to talk about with AI. What want me to say on AI? I saw that your goodly Minister of Public Admin and AI has now established some sort of relationship or something with the maker of ChatGPT, and so they're supposed to be coming here to set up something. Don't know. We'll see how that goes. But as I said, he is big on AI, and that's part of the reason why Kamlap brought him in, right? But they're making a big thing about that. So that is how they plan to transform the public service in this country. Everything is going AI. All right. You're saying it's to replace the teachers? Well, they say that's not the case. That's what they said. But you have to understand with this government, right? Everything with them is fluid. They will tell you something now, and then somebody present an idea to Prasad Visesa. I hear what she said just now, where they're going to, if the corporations don't behave, they're going to mechanize. Okay? So she has bought into this whole AI thing, right? All right. Understand? Rowdy told you all, 10% could cost you your jobs. And Mr. Smith is so into this AI, and as he is liaising with all of these different companies who have all these bright ideas out there as to how you can now turn to technology to do work that human beings do. And the same way, remember, this zone of operations didn't exist. They didn't have it in mind 6 months ago. As when Zander went to Jamaica and he saw it in operation in Jamaica and he talked to Horace Chang, he came back with the bright idea and he pitched it and they say, yes, we're going with that. So when Mr. Smith meeting with all these AI people and they come in and meeting with him and showing him, well, you know you could do this and you know you could do that. And take note, once upon a time, how you used to file a tax return, you had to fill out paper, right? Fill out paper and then you go down to Board of Inland Revenue and you drop it in a box. And then you had people who would go through it and make sure everything okay and whatnot. Now, everything is online. You file a tax return online, upload everything, and you click a button, you send it through. Once upon a time, in order to be able to, if you had to do your annual returns, you had to do forms in duplicate, write it up, print it out, go down to the office, and you had people there to scrutinize the documents and so on. Now, everything is online. It's already prepared for you. So when you have to apply for your stuff, you just go online, you just scrutinize, click, keep hitting, next, write everything there, good, submit, you pay with your credit card, you put in your number and whatever money come off your card, you don't have to leave your home. You don't have to leave your home. And when you have a prime minister telling you she has no problems in mechanizing the work of the lowest of the low, The corporation, she will mechanize it, which means lost work. Imagine what they will do for other things and other departments. And Smith moving at pace, understand that he looking to make a name for himself. So Michael is saying digital transformation should be finished off, but he go to AI. Exactly. Then bypass digital transformation one time and everything now is AI. Yeah. Soon enough, you'll be calling the offices and tell you, well, you ain't had a community ministry anymore, you know. Everything is automated. We get be heading there. Let's see. Most welcome is that Trini. Yeah, but they just about they want to revolutionize everything and well, we'll see. They don't have the funding, and if it means that they have to get rid of people, so be it. And Mrs. Prasad says, sir, it seems she really don't care what it is all I have to say. Okay? Because there is no talk about any replacement for CPEP URP, and the mama guy all with that employee TT nonsense, and hoping that maybe you all will forget about it in a few months. Because if 4 months out of 12 have already gone for this fiscal, and it doesn't look like plenty that they're going to hire the amount that by next year, but they're going to come back in the budget in October and say the same thing again. Find work where all you could. PF Cutters is saying digital transformation is AI. Yes, it does incorporate an element of AI, but based on my understanding of what was being done, there was the PNM were trying to strike a balance to see how we could incorporate digital transformation without too much job losses, right? Without making positions redundant. And here's what I want you all to take note of. When the PNM was pushing for a cashless society, the UNC, Prasad Bisasa said, no, we don't want no cashless society. Forget that. We don't want that. And she gave you all the reasons why a cashless society is not good. She come into office now, and now they're telling you about this India UPI, what is the UPI thing? Tanku went to India and came back and marveled at how even the coconut vendors in India are not taking cash, right? Then you go to the coconut vendor, you think you want a cool nut. You ain't paying, he has no cash, he has no change. You have to pay with your card, right? That's how they big up that now. And then the Indian Prime Minister came here, and Mrs. Prasad Bisasa is a hypocrite. She and Philip Alexander, who knocked cashless society just a few months ago, talking about that, and she wants to praise the Indian government for assisting with that and so on, and UPI system and whatnot. So it seems we're going cashless. Well, boy, you know, one of the things that I found interesting in judging yesterday and today the Junior Calypso Monarch competition was the number of competitors who are being homeschooled, because they would have on the form the name of the competitor and the school that they go into. And I was surprised to see a lot of them homeschool. I found that interesting. Right? I wasn't aware that so many. I think there's some arrangement where the ministry sends the syllabus or sends the material or something to the parents or some tutors or something. But that seems to be on the rise. And I tell you, in fact, they have a lot of schools now that have a shortage of teachers. And the Teaching Service Commission is having a challenge filling vacancies. So, for instance, I told you before, St. Mary's College, we have need for teachers for certain subjects. And we had to hire private teachers because the ministry simply did not have. When they look at the list of available teachers, they just have, the majority of them were based in South, and none of them were willing to come to Port of Spain to work in a Port of Spain school. And so we had to end up now sourcing private teachers to come and to come and teach. And so with this rollout of them wanting to give out all of these laptops and so on, don't mind they're still behind because a lot haven't been given out yet. I can assure you, what I know of Dominic Smith, he's a very ambitious fellow, I'll tell you that. And he, as I said, wants to make a name for himself. And he is probably open to anything. And when these guys go in Dubai and here, there, and everywhere and getting ideas, if you could pitch a good pitch, bet your bottom dollar Prasad Bisasa will say, yes, we go in with that. So, and Omari Hines is saying, who from South wants to go to crime-ridden Port of Spain? And you see, and again, you all keep coming with this thing about crime-ridden Port of Spain. I'm in Port of Spain every day. And all this crime that you're all talking about, right? I went to school in Port of Spain for years. The most, I think, based on statistics that I saw came out recently, is Central was perhaps the most criminal part of Trinidad for last year, based on the statistics in terms of the number of murders for the region. Wasn't Port of Spain? Central. Most amounts of crime. Right? And when and if it is that these teachers are coming to Port of Spain, it's not like they're on the streets, right? They're coming to a school. So they come into the school, you park your car, all of St. Mary's College's gates are locked, save and except for one, and they lock one side. When you pull in, the security guard is sitting right there so he can see. You will come out, you tell him who you come to see, and he will open the gate and allow you to come in. So the teachers are perfectly safe on the compound. Perfectly safe. So, and it's not because of crime that they don't want to come to Port of Spain. When they consider the traffic that they have to endure both ways, in the morning that they had to get up early and then in the evening to go back to encounter that traffic again, they're just not willing to do it. And when they consider what their salaries are going to be and the money that they spend on gas and what, they don't want to do it. In the same way, teachers from the north probably not going to want to go to south, even though they're going against the traffic. They will still not want to go because it's far. Some of them have to pick up the kids and stuff, and they just, they're just not willing to make the commute. But there seems to be a shortage of teachers on this side. I don't know why. I know a lot of people who say, I apply and up to now, nothing. The service commissioning called me or did the interview and whatnot and nothing. People waiting years. PF Cutters is asking, right, so AI is going to relinquish a lot of human from the workplace. I wonder if Felicia Thomas ever thought about that when bargaining. I am sure she did not. She did. Felicia Thomas was just trying to achieve something that others, her predecessors, weren't able to. Right? Because when Watson Duke was there, Leroy was there, they weren't able to secure 10%. And she got it, and she didn't care what it came with. Right? That is why she now finds herself in a bit of a tussle in terms of their back pay. That they get a little whiff, a taste of the back pay, and the government telling you, well, the rest is going to be paid in non-cash options. That's the main thing people were looking forward to with the back pay. Not so much the increased salaries, the back pay they were looking at. And I was telling you, well, you mightn't even receive it in this fiscal because there's no allocation for it. She wasn't thinking about that. And then remember, Felicia Thomas making plenty money for the month, real money for the month. And I saw they just got some new members. I can't remember what some place they went. She did. I saw a picture of her last week. So they probably get another additional 100 and something new members. So that is more membership dues that coming into the PSA every month. Right? Remember when Watson left? He left a Range Rover. And then Leroy inherited the Range Rover. Leroy is gone. I don't know if they still have the Range Rover. I hear somebody say she's driving a BMW. I don't know. But the compensation is good. So as far as she's concerned, something better. All I get 10%, all I should be happy. Let me see. Yes, Wayne Gibson. I saw where they want to put this also. And that's the point that we made in the parliament too, and that is why this thing keep dragging out as well. Is in PNM, because the UNC supporters keep saying as the crime hotspots is in PNM constituencies, and then they will come to say that the criminals leaving the PNM constituencies and coming into there. Imagine I see this fellow opinion box. the other day talking a pack of nonsense, the most rubbish about he and his friends, they don't lime in PNM constituencies and think they just go down central where they feel safe, and the people who lime in these things is East Indians, and they feel safe around the East Indians and kind of thing. They're like, really? That's what you putting out? That's what you putting out there? And you okay to come on social media and talk that nonsense? But yet still, Lime sell out. Where Lime is? Where Hyatt is? And where's Hyatt? In South? Central? No, they're coming into Port of Spain. They don't care about crime. Come to wine and have a good time. Last night was CIC all inclusive. Oh, they came out in their numbers. They didn't care about crime. They park in the car all over the place. They don't care. Wherever they could get parking, they parked. They came. Most of the feds, a lot of the big feds, they went down to Shagarama, what is some iron something or whatever. They were happy to go down there, coming up in the West. Nobody concerned about crime and all of that. To Fed. They will come to Carnival Monday and Tuesday. Out on the road. Nobody cares, nobody concerned. They park the car wherever. They're not concerned that the car's going to be broken into. Nobody cares about crime. So it's only outside the Carnival season it have crime. Up on that side. Exactly everywhere has crime. Nowhere is safe. So, but remember they push a narrative that is only PNM constituencies are the most amount of crime, the most amount of poverty, the worst infrastructure, all of that. But we understand what it is that they're trying to do. We understand. Paint a picture. All right, well, make PNM constituency safe. We vex? Not at all. Israel can say that 90% of crimes are committed by Afro-Trinbagonians. Yes, and he proudly said that. I believe this was the gentleman who found that they didn't have enough East Indians in the police service. Was it? Was it him? And Omari Hines is saying PNM areas have the most crime. Where are your data points to support that, Mr. Omari Hines? I am the member of parliament for Malabar Mausika. And I could tell you, Malabar Mausika don't have no such a crime. The only time Malabar Mausika had any such a crime was when Anil Roberts and the UNC controlled this constituency from 2010 to 2015. 76 murders recorded in this constituency in the 4 years that Anil Roberts was the member of parliament. And we still have pockets in certain areas in the constituency, certain communities where the remnants of Anil still exists. Right? So, Aruka Lopino. How much crime it have there? How much crime it have in Aruka Lopino? There we go again. Arima. There we go again. San Fernando East. We're going again. St. Anne's East. All of that is PNM areas. All of that is PNM areas. Diego Martin West. Diego Martin Central. Diego Martin Northeast. All these areas. Where guess who lives in these areas? The 1%. The big shots. The people who control any money in Trinidad and Tobago live in the 3 Diego Martin areas. How much crime you see here in these areas? How much crime? Come on now, man. Let me be serious. And that's what I'm saying. Karapo is the area, the one area, that is where Rajayi Ali is from. That's what I told you. There are certain pockets in the constituency that are still recovering from Anil. Karapo is one of the areas. When I mentioned, that is where I'm mentioning. Evergreen, down there, where there's still a pocket of persons who are loyal to the UNC and Anil Roberts. Right. Ask yourself why it is Anil Roberts didn't come on and campaign with Dominic Smith for the election. Didn't show his face as a former MP. You would think he would still have some goodwill, right? You didn't see him. Not one day did Anil Roberts work with Dominic Smith. You know why? Because the people of Malabar Mausika don't want to see him or hear him. And he knew if he came to campaign with Dominic Smith, he would have been dead in the water. Because everywhere you go, people said, oh God, don't mention that name. Don't talk that name. Don't want to hear or see that man. Tarnish this constituency. There's just some areas, and that is why I'm trying to work with them, right? To kind of get them out of that mindset. And when I met with them, and the area where I went, where I told them where Khadijah living in the heart of where That is. Where the remnants of Anil, of Hurricane Anil is, that is where Khadija lives. So I am now trying to work with those folks down there to assist the community because she's doing absolutely nothing to help them. Nothing. Ray Stelt is saying Mayaro crime. Omari Hines is saying Aruka always have robberies. Which part in Aruka? The majority of home invasions take place where? Not in UNC constituencies, but you know what all will say? It's PNM people coming in UNC constituencies. I remember Pundit a couple years ago was complaining in Arangwes, Barataria, San Juan, plenty home invasions. Do your statistics and tell me the majority of home invasions takes place in whose constituency? Not PNM. Okay? Just putting that out there. Dexter James is saying the then MP used to buy out the bar on the corner of the stretch leading to the police station. That man literally destroyed that constituency. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Well, if I tell you all the stories that I heard in 2013 when I ran for local government, it was terrible. Terrible. What's the time there, folks? Whew. Right, Jenny asked me to play Fuad Khan thing. So I will just do that and then that's it for today. We will chat again next week. Please do not forget, folks, that tomorrow, 6 o'clock is Queen's Hall for the PNM 70th anniversary celebration. So please come out in your numbers. All right. Come, let's have a chat. Let's see here. All right. I'll just play this and then I'll head out. All right. This is Fuad Khan, former member of parliament, UNC member of parliament for Barataria San Juan.
You know what is funny? Everybody talking about how the hotspots are composed of African diaspora, 90%, I see one fella say. And they should cost because the Zosos are going to hold on the hotspots areas comprised mainly of African people. They committing the crime, right? That's what you all saying. Nobody talking about the Indian businessmen who buying the jewelry, at cheap rates, and who buying the stolen cars and car parts at cheap rates, becoming multimillionaires in areas out of the hotspots. So what the hell you talking about how racism occurred? And one set of people who becoming millionaires because of the bandits, so-called bandits who have to sell this stuff because everything done shut down on them. And you're talking about 90% is African people in hotspots. What about them Indian and them who in jewelry business, who in car parts business, who buying stolen vehicles, who buying stolen car parts and sell it at a hot rate but purchase at low rates? Nothing about them. Nothing.
You hear that, Omari? Fuad Khan said that, not me. He said it. Oh, Lord. Folks, it was nice chatting with you guys as always. We will chat again soon. Starboy is saying I'm sending you a video which Samuel Stafford said a few years ago. All right, I'll hold on to that one and I'll play it. Charles Corbin is saying biggest land grabbers. Thank you so much. See here. Where's this one? All right, so this one, let me just get this one here. That's right. Let's play this one here.
That exists in Trinidad and Tobago presently. interlocking directorates made up of primarily Indo-Trinbagonian drug lords or their functionaries in the public sector who enjoy special relationships with the entire UNC government. And he talks about the East Indian drug cartel.
Let's remember the UNC just made him the chairman of NALIS, right? This is David Mohammed. And I don't think he's supporting these zones of special operations. Just saying now. Oh Lord. So let me show we arguing about views now. Come on. Really? Deborah Duranty saying the road to go by Khadija is the worst in Karapo. That is so true. So let me show why we arguing that. I mean, come on. It's not about putting out content. The content has to be relevant. I get thousands of views. You see me boasting about that. Right? On average, probably like by tomorrow, what, 5,000-6,000 views. Come on, relax. I know about that. I do one video per week. Come on. Be able to listen. Folks, we'll chat again next week. All right? I'm sure a lot of things are going to happen. I don't know if we have Parliament this week. You can never tell with these people. You'll just see a notice come out Wednesday and telling you we'll be debating this on Friday. And yeah. But I suspect if the Prime Minister is not up to coming to Parliament on Friday, they won't have it because she will have to, they gave a commitment that she will answer the questions at the next sitting when she comes. And if she doesn't ask for permission from the Speaker, then she doesn't have to come, but we will make a ruckus if she doesn't. All right? Because there's a certain order we have to follow. That she got away this last week Friday because she sought leave of the Speaker not to attend Parliament. And so therefore, that changed up the way things are supposed to. But so we will chat again soon. Folks, just now, I must see something here. Let's see. Lord Father. Oh, okay. Yes. Nicola is saying enjoy Tobago. I will, Nicola. I always enjoy when I go to Tobago. I love their red mango and so on. Nicola, you're not judging with Tuko this year? So but it's something else, though. Starboy, which number did you send the video to? Or did you send it on Messenger? Cannot see it on where you sent it. Okay, let me see. All right, let me see this here. What is this saying?
Next year, the UNC has a bunch of businessmen, right? People, I didn't say it the other day, but you didn't realize what he was saying. This has to be madness. I can't understand how a man could just come just so and say, you dead tonight and shoot you. Because there's certain high-profile businessmen in the UNC to keep the crime rate up and destabilize the country. They pay people to just go out there and kill people. Sacrificial killing, all kind of killing. Yes, I'm saying it here. Don't worry. We'll go find out next 6 months or 2 years or 3 years. The crime rate must stay up to create fear. The more fear it has in society, then it will blame our government. The East Indian community, the East Indian leaders have been doing this for years. I'm touting this for years. That will bust out in the open too. Where they pay people, there's certain sacrificial set that gave these young black men $10,000 and $15,000 just to go out there and take a life to keep the crime rate up. I am telling you this with facts. I don't bring nothing here that is not facts. And then somebody will go on the TV and say, oh, the crime rate that.
Interesting. So I will see you folks tomorrow at Queen's Hall. Looking forward to seeing you there. Please come out in your numbers. Alison, I started late today because I got home late from judging Junior Calypso Monarch. Yeah, I started at around 2:35 today. What are you about? Stevie Show says I can see Adel. I wouldn't put that past him. At all. Remember the DJ? So we will chat again soon, folks. All right. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. And we'll see you guys tomorrow. If you're at Queen's Hall, come let's chat. Live sport, that's correct. Wayne 7237. I appreciate that, sir. I received that. Stay safe all. We'll chat again.